Everyone, thank you for joining us at this event. We're just waiting for a few minutes for some of our speakers to arrive. So if you could kindly allow us a few more minutes before we begin. Thank you. Hi everyone, good afternoon. Welcome again to our event on the nationally determined contributions in 2025, most importantly on shaping this next round of NDCs. We know 2025 will mark a pivotal moment in the global effort to combat climate change, and it's a critical juncture towards achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. So to begin, I would like to invite Mr. Perumal Arumugam, who is the Markets and Non-Market Support and Stakeholder Interaction Manager for the Mitigation Division of the UNFCCC. Perumal.
Hello, everyone. I thought I will at least get 30 seconds to take my breath coming from the building one from the negotiation space. But always good to be in the side events room. That's where you can frankly and freely discuss on what needs to do in the real climate action. So welcome to all of you. I think I do not need to say where we stand at this moment. So the 2023 NDC synthesis reports have shown the commitment of parties towards this process, with 195 parties having submitted NDC accounting for about a coverage of 94.9% of the global GHG emissions. The science is quite clear on where we need to advance. When the UN climate change analyzed the NDCs from the 195 parties, the NDC report has clearly identified that the current commitments will increase the emissions by about 8.8% compared to 2010 levels. This is still a marginal improvement over the last year's assessment, which found the countries were on the path to increase the emissions 10.6% by 2030 compared to 2020 levels. It's always good to talk about the history, but I think we need to know what needs to happen in 2025. The NDC cycle enters a new round. The Paris Agreement and the Common Timeframes decision agreed in Glasgow has mandated the parties to submit their new NDCs in 2025, which has to be informed by the outcomes of the global stocktake, and there is not much time left for us. Our task is to translate the evidence to action and give governments and stakeholders the credible, actionable pathways to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. Particularly this side event would provide a platform for parties and development partners to share their experience in the development of NDCs and highlight the opportunities and success stories with the aim of 2025 NDCs. More than that, this will also provide an opportunity to discuss the enablers such as more robust policy framework, financing mechanism, capacity building, international cooperation in support for the preparation of more ambitious 2025 NDCs, which are informed by the GST. We do have quite an august panel with 6 people, and I do not want to take much time in giving the rhetoric of what has been given as a speaking note. On a way forward, I think we can use the platforms such as this, as the COPs and the regional climate weeks and the collaboration centers, the extended arm of the UNFCCC in terms of action on the ground, and all other tools at our disposal to enhance the knowledge exchange and build cooperation in order to accelerate the actionable solutions. It is important for us to recognize that we are not starting from a blank slate. We can all use our collective experiences to replicate good practices and maximize our resources and capacities to deliver 1.5-degree goal that we are trying to achieve. Countries will start submit their second round of NDCs, and these NDCs should strive, be the documents that can support and guide parties' ambition informed by GST, aligned with the long-term strategies, mainstream development, and be actionable. In the end, if I leave the podium without telling that is very close to my heart, which is the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, will also be a tool in order for us to enhance ambition. If I don't say that, I would be doing a sin for myself. So good luck for everyone in this panel, and I hope that you would have a great time for the next 1 hour, 25 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Parimal, for those remarks. I would now like to invite the panelists. I think we can move to the next one. This is the panel discussion towards 2025 and the next round of NDCs, focusing mostly on the planning and support. And for this, I would like to welcome the moderator, Ms. Mary Awad Manassa, who's a senior climate action specialist, especially on NDCs, LT-LEDs, and sectoral support, with the UNFCCC, WGEO, RCC for MENA and South Asia. I would also, at this point in time, like to invite our panelists. I would like to invite. Sure. Thank you. Actually, we've got the update. The first panelist, Ms. Ana Tony from Brazil, will join in about 15 minutes. But till then, I would like to invite Ms. Emma Rachmawati, the head of the task force for the second NDC from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry for Indonesia. We have Mr. Mohamed Smerli, the head of the National Climate Change Coordination Department from the Ministry of Environment of Tunisia. We have Ms. Cassie Flynn, the Global Director of Climate Change from UNDP. We have Ms. Mariana Penuncio-Feldman, the Director of Country Engagement from NDC Partnership. And we have Mr. Andrea Camponogara, the Regional Collaboration Center Global Lead from the UNFCCC Secretariat. Mary, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Juhi, and welcome again, everyone. Thank you for being here and for your interest. Also, I want to extend my thanks to the very distinguished panel we have here today to talk about the next round of NDCs, both from a country perspective, but also from development and international organizations. As you all know, it's been mentioned in the opening speech, there's the next round of NDCs in 2025. And at this point, a lot of countries have already at least submitted one. So there is accumulated experience at the national level, but also what has been found out what are the lessons learned, what works, what doesn't, what are the obstacles, and what we should be taking into consideration moving into this new round, which should be as per the Paris Agreement with enhanced ambition. So without further ado, I would now like to turn first to our country panelists. I want to welcome Emma from Indonesia. Welcome, Emma. Thank you so much for being here. So we'd like to hear from you in Indonesia in preparing for the next round of NDCs in 2025. What are the major differences you foresee between the previous update and this update? And also we'd like to hear some of best practices and lessons learned from the previous round. What are the obstacles that you foresee and how we can address these obstacles looking forward into 2025? Emma, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mary. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure for me being here. And my apology, I would like to convey also the regrets from our DG that could not able to join this event. Thank you for the question, Mary. Yeah, indeed, Indonesia has started the preparation of the second NDC since a couple of months this year, and then we are aware that Indonesia, our NDC has not yet aligned with 1.5 degree scenario, and then that's why we would like to have more elaborated second NDC. We have our RTLEDs, what we call as a long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience, which is in line with 1.5 degree Celsius. That's why at this moment we would like to align our NDC with our RTLEDs. What is the difference? Of course, we will update our baseline because previously we used BAU baseline by 2010 base year. And then we know that the mandate from SARM is globally we have to have reduced our GHG emission by 43% in 2030 compared to 2019 baseline. So we are working on that, but we are not quite sure on the result because our peaking is on 2030, so it's quite challenging for Indonesia to have this kind of exercise. And then we will we add new gas because in our updated NDC we only include 3 gases on carbon dioxide and then methane and then the nitrogen oxide, and then we will include HFCs as we have ratified a Kigali Amendment last year. And we also would include ocean on the seagrass meadow and also oil and gas because we include oil and gas subsector in our inventory, but it's not our it is not in our NDC baseline and not in our NDC target. So in our second NDC we will include this new subsector, and then we will add more target for energy efficiency and then renewable energy, and also for FOLU we will include also below ground biomass from mangrove because it's not yet included in our current NDC. And then also we will add just transition, refer to the result from COP28. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma. Really great points in terms of how countries are understanding more what is required and what works and what to include in terms of not only sectoral coverage but also gas coverage. That's really encouraging, and in terms of updating the baseline, there's quite a large technical exercise that comes with the update and understanding the methodology and the assumptions and the data, so that it is indeed a very extensive exercise. I also want to touch to one other point, which is aligning with the LTLEDs. For countries who are preparing their LTLEDs or have already submitted theirs, the alignment in terms of 2030 with 2050 and now with the update 2035 is important, as the NDC is a milestone towards achieving the LTLEDs. So thank you so much, Emma. I would now like to turn to Mohammed from Tunisia with the same questions. Again, in preparing the next round of NDCs in Tunisia, what would be the main differences between the previous update and the new round now in 2025? Also, we'd like to hear from you what has worked in terms of best practices, but also what are the challenges you foresee could be addressed in the next round. I understand that Mohammed will be given his intervention in French, and I will be happy to translate. Please go ahead, Mohammed.
Thank you, Mary. It's easier for me to speak in French. Thank you for the help in terms of translation. Premièrement, ce que je voudrais dire que le processus de la CDN pour nous était un processus pour la Tunisie et était un processus de compréhension continue, d'amélioration continue. Je rappelle que la première CDN de la Tunisie a été élaborée en 2015 et a comme objectif de réduire l'intensité carbone de 41% à l'horizon 2030. C'était, dans mon évaluation personnelle, c'était une NDC plus orientée vers l'expertise que dans l'appropriation totale par les acteurs et les secteurs. En 2020, on a eu un peu plus de maturité, de compréhension des enjeux de la CDN comme instrument de la politique climatique. Je pense qu'on a beaucoup travaillé sur l'appropriation de ces enjeux par les secteurs. Pour moi, la CDN de 2020 de la Tunisie était une CDN suffisamment impliquée et intégrée avec les politiques sectorielles. Depuis 2020, nous avons travaillé sur la mise en œuvre et on a travaillé sur l'élaboration d'un plan d'action pour la mise en œuvre des CDN parce qu'il faut avouer, ça c'est une faiblesse qu'il faut avouer, c'est que la CDN était un document orienté objectif que action. Et donc, on a les grandes lignes, les grandes priorités, mais on n'a pas vraiment les actions concrètes. Et il a fallu travailler sur un plan d'action. La CDN, on a engagé le travail maintenant pour la deuxième CDN de la Tunisie. Et la CDN de la Tunisie, dans mon point de vue, doit être premièrement orientée action. Et donc, on a engagé déjà un travail pour un plan d'investissement pour la mise en œuvre de la CDN. C'est un élément important. Et on veut qu'à partir de 2025, on engage les vraies actions parce que 2030, c'est demain. Premièrement. Deuxième point, il faut travailler plus sur l'intégration et les objectifs de la CDN doivent être des objectifs de développement au niveau national et au niveau sectoriel. Et pour cela, on est en train de travailler sur des objectifs intégrés dans le système de gestion du budget au niveau de chaque secteur pour que les objectifs sectoriels de la finance au niveau sectoriel soient parfaitement alignés aux objectifs de la CDN. Troisième point, pour lequel on va plus miser, il faut que la CDN soit appropriée par tous les acteurs, pas uniquement les acteurs publics. Il faut que le secteur privé et l'action, les priorités du secteur privé soient très claires dans la CDN de la Tunisie. Il faut que également l'action locale, les priorités locales, territoriales, les propriétés et l'action des associatives soient claires dans la CDN qu'on va lancer très prochainement. Quatrième point, notre souhait, c'est que la CDN de la Tunisie soit une CDN jeune, où la voix des jeunes, la vision des jeunes soit claire dans les objectifs de la CDN de la Tunisie. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Mohamed, pour cette intervention. I'm going to translate to the best that I can and to do justice to your wonderful intervention. So, in Tunisia, for the NDC process, it's a continuous process of understanding and improvement. For the first NDC in 2015, with the objective set, it was a document of ownership, but what happened in 2020, it was an increased amount of ownership by the different sectors with the 2020 update. As more experience was built up at the national level, the NDC became a climate instrument for which each sector could recognize itself inside the NDC and its targets. Since then, since 2020, there's a large focus in Tunisia on implementation. And for that purpose, there was an implementation plan which was put forward, which could respond to the targets of the respective NDC. In Tunisia, the process for the update has already started for the next round in 2025. The aim is for it to be action-oriented and to have a corresponding investment plan for the different NDC implementation actions since the end goal 2030 and 2035 is so soon. What Tunisia is thinking about is the integration of the targets with national development, but also with corresponding budgets, and for each sector to perfectly recognize itself in the NDC and to have a corresponding role in the upcoming update. Again, the ownership by all sectors is important. It is also essential to have the private sector very well reflected in the NDC update, to have their role very clear, and also to have local authorities embedded in the update. And finally, the upcoming NDC for Tunisia should reflect the vision of the youth, which is the future of the country. So thank you so much, Hamad, for your intervention. Okay, perfect. I now invite Annie from Brazil. No? Oh, Hugo Mendes, please. You can have my place. I will now address the rest of you from the podium. Please. So joining us now on the panel is Hugo Mendes, Project Coordinator of the Secretary of Climate Change from the Brazilian Ministry of Environment. Hugo, thank you so much for joining us. Actually, you have no break at all. The next question will go directly to you now. So we'd love to hear from you from the perspective of Brazil in preparing the next round of NDCs. What is different this time around considering the preparation in the next 2 years? What has worked in the previous update, and what are the challenges you have faced? And what are the elements that you hope to tackle with the next update? Please, you have the floor.
Okay, so thank you for great question, great inputs. I would like firstly to clear out that, well, I'm not an attorney, I was speaking on behalf of her, and well, it's an honor to join you in this important discussion. Just opening remarks, the climate crisis are becoming more and more evident to all of us. In 2023 Brazil, we face a lot of extreme events, from droughts to floods, and the need to align mitigation, adaptation, means of implementation couldn't be more urgent. Our main concern in Brazil is considering the threshold that generally IPCC AR6 established of 430 ppm of greenhouse gas emissions as a point to still enrich the 1.5 degrees of temperature. We see that it's extremely important to have from this COP a guidance, a final conclusion on the global stocktake that lead us through the possibility of having the next round of NDCs completely aligned with the 1.5 degree, right? So considering data from 2019 from IPCC and also updated data from Bloomberg's carbon clock, we probably are around 421 carbon dioxide parts per million on the path to 1.5. So the idea for us is to have a strong global stocktake that will orient in the next round of NDCs, which will probably be presented during COP30, aligned with 1.5. In this sense, Brazil proposed also a mission 1.5 agenda item, which is a way to make possible to engage private sector countries towards projects that will present a fast track for implementing 1.5 in developing countries. And the success of our collective efforts hinges on the genuine collaboration and shared responsibility of all nations. Brazil wants to host COP30 with this spirit, ensuring concrete steps towards a sustainable, resilient, equitable global future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hugo, for your intervention and also reminding us that it is all of these efforts and NDC update at the national level actually have a very clear global goal, which is 1.5, and linking it with the intergovernmental process of the global stocktake is highly important at the end of this COP. Will inform everybody's ambition moving forward. So thank you so much, Hugo. Thank you so much for the country interventions, really insightful. I would now like to hand over to Cassie from UNDP. Thank you so much for joining us. So we'd like to hear from you in the light of the upcoming update. What should the NDC support ecosystem take into account when supporting countries? And based on the lessons learned and best practices of the previous UNDP experience in the previous rounds. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here, and certainly to build on these interventions that we have heard about the Indonesian, the Tunisian, and the Brazilian experience. And I think what's very clear, and I think what's in the air at this COP, is that we are really on the cusp of this next generation NDC, and it's going to require all hands on deck. The first generation NDC that came in 2015 on the margins of the Paris Agreement collectively put us on a pathway of 3.5 degrees. The next generation of NDCs that came in 2020, 2021, give or take, because of COVID, the good news is we were able to collectively shave a full degree off. We were at about 2.5, 2.8 degrees. And so you can imagine now that as we look toward the third generation NDC, it is these experiences that we have heard that are going to really make or break our effort to be able to deliver ambitious NDCs by COP30. And I could not agree more with Brazil about, this is mission 1.5. This is the opportunity for every country in the world to submit an NDC that is aligned with 1.5. Now, I'm very fortunate because I'm the Global Director of Climate at UNDP, and we have supported 85% of developing countries with their NDCs. And through this process, we've been able to identify I think some important lessons learned that we've seen across countries for us to think about as we move into this next phase. And one of the first is that, and we heard this with our interventions, this ambition and implementation are now intertwined. I think the first generation NDC and the second generation NDC, we were still figuring out what needs to be in an NDC. And we heard from colleagues about now thinking about incorporating more gases, more sectors, having it be more embedded within the national systems. These are all really important lessons that we've learned from these first couple NDCs. And how that looks on the ground completely provides the context for how NDCs can be ambitious in this next round. We have to make sure that finance is flowing to current NDCs to be a strong foundation for ambition as we look to the next generation NDCs. The second piece is that we need to start this process now. Creating an NDC that is fully embedded within government processes, that has ownership of the sectors and of the ministries, is fully aligned with budgets, is involving the private sector, youth, indigenous and local communities. These are not fast processes. We have to start now for the world to be able to deliver for COP30. We also need to make sure that context matters here. And even as we talk about some of these big issues in these negotiations, phase out versus phase down, we talk about loss and damage. Depending on the nature of the economy, depending on the country, it looks very, very different. And we have to make sure that we are setting up a global system that can be responsive to the needs and the context country by country. The third is all about collaboration, ensuring that we have an era of co-investment in climate action. How are we driving investment into energy targets? Every single NDC talks about energy. How do we look at how finance is flowing to all countries on energy? And then, of course, we have political will. We have to ensure, and I think one of the beauties of the UNFCCC process is that you have every single country around the table. You have an immense number of heads of state that come here. They know what NDCs are. They have talked about the Paris Agreement in front of the world, and we have to make sure that we can keep this momentum and this translate also to the political will to make these choices on the ground to be able to deliver it. And so certainly as things evolve, we're trying to figure out now how we can combine all of these things to be as ambitious as possible. And I think being able to work with countries, work with partners, NDC partnership, UNFCCC, all hands on deck as we move into this era that, in my mind, this Mission 1.5, it is make or break moment. And this is the moment we have to do it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Cassie, for putting things into context and also reminding us of how little time we have to get started. And I hope after the messaging from the GST, countries need to get to work because this is an extensive process, both from the technical stakeholder engagement, but also finance level. Thank you so much. I'd now like to hand over to Mariana from the NDC Partnership. We'd love to hear from you, Mariana. Along the same lines, what should the NDC support ecosystem take into consideration in the next round of NDCs? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you today and with this distinguished group of panelists, with all of whom we work already, and that we're going to be working together in the months ahead. So I'm going to build on the points that have been made by the interventions from our country representatives and from our colleague here, Cassie from UNDP, that right now we're looking, the whole process is evolving, and we're looking at this question of how, with this next round of NDCs, we address the triple gap that has been flagged by the Global Stocktake Synthesis Report, right? The ambition gap, the implementation gap, and the finance gap. And the question is how this new round of NDCs can actually help us, by design, address some of these gaps. The NDC Partnership, which is a global coalition of over 200 countries, developing and developed, and 100 international partners, all working together to implement the NDCs by basically meeting countries, understanding countries' priorities, and then doing matchmaking in order to provide countries with a tailored package of support, has had experience both supporting the development of NDCs as well as the implementation of NDCs. And so on the previous round, collectively, with our partners like UNDP and others, we supported 67 countries prepare the NDCs that were submitted by Glasgow. And interestingly, there was a focus not just on ambition, but also on scope and quality. So as Cassie was reflecting, that second round of NDCs benefited from that support with that angle in mind. And now looking ahead, one of the lessons from that round of NDCs, which Cassie was alluding to, was that we need to give enough time, for countries to prepare NDCs. And so with that, last year, the NDC Partnership opened what is called a thematic call that was meant to be a 3-year window in order to support countries update their NDCs, also develop long-term strategies, and look to align the two. And so far, we've had 51 countries already engage with the partnership, to request support. And we already have 11 partners with 4 more interested in providing support. And we have, an impressive rate of response already. 89% of the requests are having an offer of support. So let me share with you some of the lessons that we're seeing from the previous round of NDCs and we're already starting to see emerging. And some of this is going to resonate with the interventions that have been made by the representatives from Tunisia, Indonesia, and Brazil, and what Cassie was reflecting. The first piece is that we are not going to solve the climate challenge in one go. And this is a reason why the Paris Agreement was set up with a ratcheting cycle. But what this means is that in the way the NDCs are developed, we need to build them in a way that they are not seen as just documents, but rather our one-off exercises, but rather that we support countries to build them as iterative planning processes. And what I mean by that is that it is important that as countries prepare their new NDCs, we meet their needs when it comes to improving data, improving modeling, setting up MRV systems, setting up the institutional arrangements or in strengthening the institutional arrangements that then will support implementation and will support then the future round of NDC updates. So inviting us all not to look at NDCs as documents, but actually live processes that if we invest on them in the way we need to, they will have better traction for implementation. So that's one piece. The second piece is as collectively, we're learning from the process of implementation of the current NDCs now underway. One of the questions is how we make these, the next round of NDCs more implementable, more investable. And these are new words that are being invented, and the English language evolves. And what does this mean in practice? It means in practice how countries can articulate their commitments, their climate commitments, through targets that are both comprehensive as well as sector-specific, but that are underpinned by concrete measures that can show how the NDC is going to be implemented and with an understanding of the costs, so that the NDCs can be seen as platforms or, basically blueprints for investment. They can highlight the investment opportunities that the country sees to power their transition. So effectively, this requires, as was identified by Mr. Smerli and Ibu Emma and Cassie, strong engagement with ministries of sectoral ministries, to identify those critical opportunities in different sectors, bring in new sectors like Indonesia is considering oceans and oil and gas. It is critical that the measures that are going to be put and reflected in the targets are tied to the priorities in these different sectors. Also important to bring in very strongly ministries of planning, because this needs to be integrated with the development plans and sectoral strategies for the country. And then also very important to this, the question of costing and the question of implications, economic implications for development in the country, the strong engagement of ministries of finance. We need to engage and support countries' efforts to involve them in macroeconomics modeling, to understand what fiscal policies need to be put in place in order to support the transition. So this question of a whole of a government approach is absolutely critical to make the next round of NDCs stronger. And then the third piece that I wanted to highlight, that it's also a lesson from the process of the previous round of NDCs and the implementation, is that ultimately, the implementation of NDCs relies on the guidance and the framework and the programs that the national government will set, but it also depends on the involvement of other stakeholders, so provincial governments, local governments, private sector, civil society. And for that, the processes of engagement of these actors are critical on the one hand, so that it is not just a consultation, but it is really a co-creation where there is a better understanding of what these actors can bring to the table and how they can take implementation forward. And we know, for example, in the case of Indonesia, a very strong interest in working very closely with these various actors to drive the NDC implementation. How do we help countries really do this? Mr. Smerli was mentioning private sector. So how do we really capitalize on what these actors can bring forward with their investment and their respective mandates? The last thing I wanted to highlight is that NDCs need to fit within a broader vision and a long-term pathway of decarbonization and climate resilience development for the country. And in that sense, the link between long-term strategies that many countries are putting into place and their NDCs in a way that very practically shows how the next round of NDCs will contribute towards delivering on that long-term vision, and the data and the pathways are aligned, is going to be critical to really provide for countries to be able to provide that policy signal of ultimately where countries are headed. We are very committed as the partnership to support countries in their effort, building on what they already have and where they want to go. And so as the partnership, we very much look forward in the next 2 years with all of the partners that are part of the partnership to support member countries developing NDCs that are really strong and fit for purpose for the task and the challenge that lies ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariana, for also providing a lot of elements of what a blueprint for NDC update could look like. Just want to highlight a few points on countries are now prioritizing scope and quality of the NDCs. They really want documents that reflect where they're going and where they want to go. And also the focus on those two new words, implementable and investable. And I think we've heard from the country interventions today that this is definitely the plan. It's no longer target setting without the background work that goes into it, be it technical, stakeholder engagement, or financial planning. So definitely agree with you there. Thank you so much, Mariana. I would now like to turn to Andrea, Global Lead of the RCCs at UNFCCC Secretariat, for a similar question. Andrea, we'd love to hear from you, from your perspective, in the light of the upcoming update. What does the NDC support ecosystem look like, and what are some lessons learned and best practices? Over to you.
Thank you, Mary. The beauty of coming last, everything has been said already. So allow me a few words on the RCC for those of you that doesn't know that we do exist, and then I would like to maybe emphasize on elements that has been already touched upon by the colleague before that I think are important to take into consideration for the next round of the NDCs. The Regional Collaboration Centers, so-called RCCs, are regional offices of the UN Climate Change Secretariat that has been established to support countries with their commitment under the Convention, Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement, helping them with engaging in the process mechanism that has been established under the treaties. To support the NDC efforts, we have deployed in each of our 6 regional offices what we call NDC experts to engage with countries, provide training, capacity building activities, and try also to facilitate sort of aggregation, cooperation of partners in the region. So the elements I'm going to highlight now are the result of their work in the last years. Coherence and coordination. So I think we have to enhance our ability to aggregate what we have been seen as dispersed initiatives. This is true at the level of partners, and this is true also within the countries. I mean, there is a strong urgency to strengthen our ability as a partner to come together. As Mariana was saying before, to co-planning, to co-organize activity, and in order to avoid duplication, ensure efficient use of resources. So to do that, I think we have to establish a platform where we can regularly sit down together and strategize, exchange experiences, and try and understand how to enhance our provision of support to the countries. This is true, as I said, also within the country. We have to facilitate communication between the country among all the key actors that are involved and which has a role to play in the NDC implementation. It's not just a public issue. We have to bring together private sectors, civil societies, financial institutions, sit them down together around the table and ask them to strategize together on how to coordinate their efforts and discussion also in view of the next NDCs. The experience of last year says that maybe the Regional Climate Week could be a good platform for us to sit down. We had, I think, a great experience, for example, in the Regional Climate Week of Latin America, where NDCP partnership, together with us, launched the first informal regional exchange. I don't know how many partners were sitting around the table, but I think it was a great experience, and everybody was agreed to the need, for example, to have a common mapping of country needs, to have a common mapping or initiative in order to avoid this, the duplication I mentioned before. Second one is connecting the dots. The NDC is overarching exercise. It's not just about emission reduction, but entails work on adaptation, transparency, loss and damage, carbon markets, LTD-LEDs. Is a long-term exercise. And I think that it comes with a lot of efforts on building capacity, institutional capacity, rising awareness, not only, again, at public level, but within NGOs, local communities, indigenous people, financial institutions, the private sectors. So it's important to nurture a participatory approach that guarantee a successful implementation of the NDC in the long term. And it's a holistic approach. So it is emerged clear from our experience in the region. Last, and I think it's private sector. Because we do believe that the private sector can really play a key role in the implementation of NDC and also in enabling an enhanced ambition in the NDC that will come next year. We observe a lot of great initiatives in the region put forward by private sectors that might not be well reflected in the NDC yet. So if well reflected, can help enhancing ambition. There are front runners that can set example, good example, business model that can easily be replicated within the country, but also within the region. And I think reflecting those efforts in the NDC, again, might be helpful to raise ambition. There is a lot to do, again, is what I was speaking about before, in connecting at country level, the government with the private sector. Sometimes they don't really talk to each other, even if we are observing new endeavors in this regard. And if you allow me just to conclude, I think we need to turn upside down the usual refrain about thinking globally and acting globally. And acting locally, sorry. We have to start thinking locally and acting globally. Because each region, we have to regionalize our efforts. Each region and each country come with its own needs, its own particular circumstances and situation. So the NDC has to reflect those situations, and at the global level, we have to come together, act, and help globalizing what are the needed resource, financial resource, human resource, capacity building needs, to support the country in meeting their NDC. And I'd like to close here with this last sentence. So,
thank you so much.
Acting locally, acting globally, thinking locally.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Andrea. Your points on coherence and coordination, not only at the national level, but also when it comes to the development organization and international partners who are supporting this effort is highly important. There is built-up experience now since 2015 in how to do this, both at the national and international levels. The NDC is indeed everything. It includes not only mitigation, but everything that is a priority for different countries and cross-cutting with transparency and technology. So it is really a massive effort. And from all that we've heard here from the panel today, it really includes every word under the sun and every concept and theme. So it is indeed something that is challenging, but experience is being built and the support ecosystem is there to support countries in understanding how they can contribute, but at the same time enhance sustainable development. Before we move on to Q&A, I would like to readdress each of you again with one very quick question. So first, to the country representatives, we'd love to hear from you, starting with Emma. In one sentence, what do you think would be the key element to maximize ambition in the next round of NDCs?
Thank you for Indonesia, because we use our NDC by sectoral approach. So in the second NDC, we will maximize how the contribution from non-party stakeholders, in particular from subnational and also from private sectors and community. And we also would we have regulation related to NDC, and we would like to to mainstream this NDC into our national and subnational planning and also program and budgeting. So all targets could be implemented by all levels of the government at national and also subnational level, and also engage private sector and community.
Thank you so much, Emma. Over to you, Mohammed.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I will speak English this time.
Okay, sure.
So I think the key, I think ideas how to have a good NDC. For me, in my experience, I could summarize that in my assessment we have three elements, essential elements to have a good NDC, to be aligned with the 1.5 degree targets. First, the NDC, we have gained a lot of experience. So now we have to move from objective-oriented NDC to action-oriented NDC. So I think from 2025, we have to engage clear actions. So our NDC have to let us, to allow us to move there, to investment, concrete actions. This is the first thing. The second, I think it was the idea that expressed by Kazi, mainstreaming climate policies, climate objective into development. It's a key element. So in my assessment, we don't have the climate policies have not to be a parallel process to development process. So we have to use almost the same instrument, and in terms of planning, in terms of instrument, in terms of finance, I think we have to align development and climate. This is the second key for me. The third, in order to prepare concrete implementation of NDCI, and I think we have to begin that. So the NDC have to include elements to allow easy transparency system. So in the NDC itself, we have to integrate clear indicators and actions, and to be more precise on the way how to assess, to evaluate the implementation of NDC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hand over now to Brazil, please.
Thank you. I believe that clear messages regarding 1.5, regarding how the window for action is closing rapidly and becoming narrowed year after year. And by that, I mean civil society plays a very important role in terms of understand the idea behind this, and asking and working towards groups of pressure on governments and other instances, so we have more strong NDCs. Yep.
Thank you so much to the three of you. I'd now like to turn to the other side of the table, starting with you, Cassie. In one sentence, if you could tell us what do you see as the link between NDC implementation and raising NDC ambition?
Thank you, and building on what was said here, I think we have to see NDCs as one of the greatest investment opportunities of our time. For the first time, the world has energy targets, country by country. Nearly every single one, NDC talks about adaptation. Over 90% talk about nature. When we start to look at these NDCs as blueprints for investment, we can see how we can start changing economies and start changing the local and global relationship here and adding up to immense change. So I think for this, really being able to see these NDCs as an investment opportunity is critical.
Thank you so much, Cassie. Over to you, Mariana.
So this question of the relationship between implementation and ambition, I mean, right now, the experience that countries and collectively as a community we're having with the implementation of the NDCs is showing us, it's creating an enabling environment for countries to be able to think of more. So implementation is an enabler of further ambition. And I think that, in that sense, that is a very concrete opportunity because there are areas in which action is happening faster than we expect. Oftentimes we talk about renewables as an amazing opportunity where the progress has actually exceeded the projections that were made. But we're also seeing areas in which we're running into very concrete barriers, particularly in relation to redesigning enabling environments, policies, as well as the mobilization of finance. And we need to think how the design of NDCs can help us overcome those barriers. So in that sense, let's not be dampened in our enthusiasm of what could be possible, but rather use current ongoing action to inform additional action and the places where we're seeing barriers, using that to design the NDCs in a way that could overcome them. And in that sense, just underscoring once again the importance of seeing NDCs with concrete measures and concrete costs as opportunities for investment. The other piece that I think that we need to keep in mind is that these NDCs are going to have a target for 2035. If we just take a look of what has been happening in the last 3 years, the world is changing very rapidly. Where are we going to be 12 years from now? It's almost hard to imagine. So there is an element where we have to be concrete. We have to help countries be as concrete as possible in what they're proposing. But also we need to keep in mind that there is an element of stretching. We need to leave room for innovation because the world is going to change. So that's where the stretch goal in which countries seeking to align with 1.5, leaving room for areas in which we may not yet have the answers. But if we collectively are setting those goals, then there will be room for innovation, collaboration that then will be able to allow us to chart the path as we get there. So there is an element of concreteness, but there is also the need to create room for the innovation that will need to happen in the coming years for us to accelerate the transition and mobilize the finance to support that innovation in the way that is needed.
Thank you so much, Mariana. And last but not least, Andrea.
I agree with Cassie. I agree with Mariana. Let me look at it in a more maybe emotional perspective. I think, also not to repeat what they have already said, I think we have to inject optimism into the process. We tend to talk about challenges and gaps a lot, and again, and again, and again, while, as I said before, there is a lot of successful stories on the ground. There is a lot of best practices that I think we need to bring up to surface. We need to change a bit the narrative and communication about the difficulties of implementing NDC. And I think it's a matter of replicability and showing all actors that is doable first, because there is people doing it. It's not just a private sector issue, but it's also a governmental issue, because there's plenty now of policy on the making, being updated in a very modern way, I would say, that integrate climate change in a more strong way. They align the NDC development with what are the traditional development strategy of the country. So it's happening. It's really happening. But sometimes I got the impression that we ignore them or we don't talk about that as we should. So that's my last sentence, more than a sentence. But.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And I think this side event also, and all the opportunities here at COP to hear from countries and to hear from all of you on what are the experiences and what are the next steps is highly useful. So this is indeed a very positive looking sharing of experiences here, not only now, but all around the 2 weeks. We have a bit of time for question and answers. I understand we have some mics that can be handed over. If you have any question for our really distinguished panelists with their amazing interventions today, please raise your hand. Yes, please. If you could please introduce yourself. Thank you so much.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Ken Yamaguchi from Mitsubishi Research Institute, Japan. I'd like to ask the Indonesian speaker, you have highlighted the importance of oceans and coastal area in the NDC. May I ask in what context is it included, like in mitigation, like sequestration, or in adaptation on vulnerability? And if possible, I'd like if I could hear from the view of the experts on my right side, and is there a growing trend for such inclusion? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Maybe we'll take a couple of more questions before we hand over for answers.
Yeah, Lad Canal Bank Information Center in Washington. My question is about the inclusion of agriculture in NDCs and how that is going to be centered going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe one more? Yes, please, go ahead.
Hello, Tom Corringham, University of California, economist. The page count for NDCs for different countries are comparable, but the populations of some countries are several thousand times the populations of other countries. Is this, I wonder if this is an optimal use of resources, and if you speak of local action, is there a place for subnational plans in the process?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would like now to hand over to our panel to address those questions. Maybe Emma, would you like to go first?
Thank you very much for the question. For the first question, yeah, we are starting the process to include ocean. This is very beginning process, and then as previously in our NDC we have included mangrove as a part of blue carbon, but it is still not include the below ground biomass. But at this moment we develop the methodologies, and then we started to do our inventory for this below ground biomass. And then we would like to include the seagrass meadow. This is very challenging because the data availability is at this moment is not sufficient, and also the methodology, and we have also the challenges for MRV. But we are trying to go to that direction. We will find out maybe in the next few months what is the result, and also are we really at the end to include this into our NDC. So this is up to the exercise that we go through. And on agriculture, we include agriculture for both mitigation and adaptation. And for also on ocean, we have included our agriculture into adaptation, but not for mitigation. For agriculture, we have included of course, for adaptation, it is related to food security, and for mitigation, of course, how we could reduce GHG emission from agriculture practices, in particular in the management of methane from agriculture. And then for non-party stakeholders, for the last question, we have involved the role of non-party stakeholders. But in some sectors, for example, in forestry, and then in energy, and then in waste, that's also refer to how the government could distribute the mandates and role of both national and subnational government. Thank you.
Yes, please, Mohammed, go ahead.
Yes, I think like in Indonesia, the NDC of Tunisia includes coastal ecosystem as extremely vulnerable ecosystem. So in our last NDC, we included vulnerability of costs, but not in, we didn't include any targets for mitigation in ocean or coastal ecosystem. Why? Because we don't have enough information and we need more knowledge and technologies to enhance mitigation potential. We know that as a Mediterranean country, we have an extremely important potential of mitigation in the Mediterranean, especially with the seagrass, with the special endemic flora in Tunisia, especially it calls Posidonia. And this is a field of knowledge improvement. But I think we gained last year's enough experience and technology and for mitigation potential of coastal areas that we will be able to integrate in our in 2025 NDC of Tunisia. For the implication or integration of local and subnational actions, in our last experience, I think the challenge is how to integrate local actions. In the meanwhile, we have to avoid double counting because my experience that many sectors or sectoral policies include already action in local. So we have to see how to include actions, but having this concern of avoiding double counting. These are my contribution and my experience with the last NDCs of Tunisia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, Hugo.
Well, that's a good, both questions were great. So first, Brazilian NDC presented in 2015 was already in wide economy NDC. And regarding agriculture sector, the NDC, the Brazilian NDC, is connected with national plans or national strategic instrument plans. We have in Brazil a plan called Plan ABC, which stands for low carbon agriculture. It's a plan with a 10-year period, and after each cycle it is reviewed. And this plan is based on credits, loan, supported by the government, so it has lower taxes, and it is connected with the adoption of technological options for the agriculture production. We're talking about different approaches on fertilizers, on protecting soil, those kinds of sustainable practices for agriculture. So this is not going to be different. Last year, we already reviewed this cycle for the ABC plan, so it's already an instrument for our future NDC, so it is included. Regarding oceans, on our first NDC, we didn't have explicitly oceans inside NDC, but now on this new structure on the Ministry of the Environment, we have a Department of Oceans that is inside the Secretary of Climate Change. And one of the points that we are dealing here on global stocktake and adaptation is to try to integrate the management of coastal zones and oceans inside NDCs, so probably this will be reflected in our next NDC. Even though I don't know exactly why in which terms we're going to address it on mitigation or adaptation, but we're gonna put this in there. And the last question was about the integration of subnational policies. In Brazil, we have a huge governance structure that is supported by the presidency, Brazilian presidency. And right now, we are renewing those sectoral plans for mitigation and adaptation. We just, before, I think it was like October, we established 14 working groups for adaptation, and 11 working groups for mitigation. Each one of these groups will produce, at the end of the work, mitigation and adaptation plans for sectors, specific sectors, and they will have, as our goal, is then to connect with the mitigation goal and adaptation goal in the NDC. So the idea is to have everything aligned and presented and connected, the federal level and the subnational level.
That's great. Thank you so much. If Cassie, Mariana, or Andrea would like to address this, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, and to build on all of this, I mean, certainly, as we're thinking about the role of oceans in the future of NDCs, and I think we've heard this here, it is, I think, a growing inclusion of NDCs, and the requests from countries to figure out these methodological questions, these, how do you tackle this, is something that we've been hearing a lot about. In particular, small island developing states, big ocean states, figuring out how this is a part of an ambitious climate action future. On agriculture, it's such an important question because alongside energy, agriculture is the biggest sector within NDCs. It's one of the most common things that's in an NDC. And so looking at what this looks like, what scale it is, how, what are the types of interventions that are needed, again, very context specific, very place-based. On the subnational piece, yes, I think there's a lot of interest in subnational, and both from the perspective of how can the implementation of an NDC look at the subnational level, driving levels of investment in sectors that are subnational, tackling those methodological issues like the double counting, which is critically important. But also there's a role here at the subnational level politically. And we saw this, and I think a good example of this is the United States. When the United States decided to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, we saw a lot of governors from U.S. states step forward with the "We're Still In" campaign, and a lot of that was saying they still want to align by the NDC that the U.S., the national level U.S. government in previous years had submitted. And so I think this relationship between the subnational level and the national level we will see evolve over time. Also, the comment about the length of different NDCs and I think we're starting to, because NDCs, in 2015, the years leading up to Paris, really before Paris, when we started talking about NDCs, they were actually a really debated thing. They were quite controversial. This idea of every country in the world putting forward a pledge every 5 years, and you have to do it. Every single country, it is universal. You have to do it. And this was very much debated, and I think we even see that in the name NDC, right? Nationally Determined Contribution. It's a really wonky name. Could use maybe a little bit of branding. But these words are very important. It is nationally driven, and it is a contribution to the Paris Agreement. And so I think here, as this moves along, thinking about what are the best practices, what are the things that have worked, what are the different levers that you can identify as we go through this ratchet mechanism that Mariana was describing. We are also ratcheting up quality. We are ratcheting up levels of costings. We are ratcheting up data. We are ratcheting up how these NDCs are created. And I think over time, we will start seeing some coalescing around how an NDC is developed alongside what is in it.
Mindful of the time, we're between you and your next event or meeting. So just I will highlight a couple of things based on the questions that have been posed. Number one, I think that the question of vertical integration, particularly between federal, national, subnational, and local, absolutely critical to understand not just the mandates, but this question of reporting, how things, how the actions stack up. But then I think one issue that in many countries needs to be figured out is the issue of finance, whether subnational and local levels can access finance as well, particularly international financial flows. I think that that's going to be critical to unlock further action. So that's one piece. And on the issue of the integration with oceans, I just wanted to highlight the importance of aligning country commitments across different conventions, and in that, the critical conversations that are taking place here at COP in terms of the integration between the commitments that countries are making through their NDCs and the commitments that are being made in the development of the NBSAPs, the National Biodiversity Strategies, and how we looking for the opportunities to capture the synergies between the work that it needs to be done to ensure that nature conservation, the protection and conservation and sustainable management of ecosystems is tackled in the right way, and how this is reflected as a contribution for climate action, and vice versa, how the impact that climate change has on ecosystems is also reflected. So I think we have an opportunity here to actually maximize the actions that are taken for dual, triple benefits, and that the finance that goes into these actions really capitalizing on the benefits that we can accrue from those. Thank you.
For sake of time, I'm inclined to invoke the Fifth Amendment, but let me just few observations on ocean and agriculture. I think that not the regional, but the dialogue on ocean and climate change we had in 2022 and 2023 helped a lot in bringing the ocean issue and consideration into the global discussion and into the NDCs. So we are observing, of course, an increasing trend in that way. A lot of discussion, as Cassie mentioned, about the potential of ocean in terms of carbon sinks, so about the removal. Still a lot of methodological issue to be resolved, and that are strictly connected with the ability of countries, or the availability of data, and the ability of countries to collect data, archive data, process data. So this is another issue, another area where we have to work a lot in terms of capacity building. And both ocean and agriculture, I think, are part of that regionalization of approaches that I was mentioning before. I mean, agriculture is an important economic sector almost everywhere, but not everywhere. Same is ocean. I do not expect ocean in the country, in the NDC of Central Asia, for example, but we know that, for example, issue about how to manage mountain ecosystem has been put forward in this to this scope. So there is really a need to regionalize the approaches, and there is really a need to work with the country for them to be able to do that. And this is just an example. We are now strategizing, we are now preparing the work plan of the RCC for next year. Latin America is looking, the RCC in Panama, that cover Latin America, is looking at the agro-industrial sector as one of the top priority sector where to focus our intervention. So we're already reaching out with, for example, we had a fantastic meeting with the Latin America Association of Sugar Producers. It's one of the most, I think, successful examples that I mentioned before. And we would like to connect them with the government. So agriculture is really, I think, I like agriculture because it's the place where everything meets. So where mitigation meets adaptation, where there is a lot of opportunity of engaging with local community, indigenous peoples, where we can work on gender mainstreaming. So this is not only a priority sector in terms of economic growth, but also in terms of social development. It offers a lot of opportunity to embrace sustainable development goal into the climate change efforts. It's not just climate change, but it's sustainable development as a whole.
Thank you so much, everyone, for these really insightful interventions. And I just want to say that we wish we had more time for questions. This is definitely a very engaging conversation, and we see that there's a lot of appetite to keep the conversation going, but unfortunately we are a bit restricted by time. So before we move on to the last part of our side event, which is the closing by the COP28 presidency, I would invite you to thank our very distinguished panelists here today for their interventions. Please.
If the panelists want, they can step down or they can remain seated. It's absolutely fine. I would now like to invite Mr. Ghanim Hablil, the UAE Senior Climate Negotiator from the Mitigation and Response Measures Unit from the COP28 presidency.
All right, thank you everyone. So on behalf of the COP28 presidency, I thank you all for joining this important discussion. As we look ahead to 2025, it's clear that we have a big task in front of us with updating our emissions targets and climate goals for 2035. We are halfway between the Paris Agreement and 2030, so let that sink in. Today's discussions have been very useful in sharing ideas and experiences about these updates. The more of these that we can have along the way, the better of an opportunity there is to collaborate on critical areas for implementing targets and enhancing ambition. We've talked about the importance of setting realistic and ambitious goals that consider both mitigation and adaptation in the context of national circumstances. We need the space to exchange knowledge and best practices in setting and implementing targets. The next round of NDCs will follow the first global stocktake, the new collective quantified goal on finance, the third year of the mitigation and implementation work program, the global goal on adaptation, among many other key deliverables that will float collective ambition and means of implementation. We heard about the important role of public-private partnerships and international cooperation in scaling ambition while achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The next round of NDCs must show pathways for economic growth that are independent of greenhouse gas emissions. Your hard work and ideas are going to be key in making this happen. I thank you again for inviting me here today, and I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hablil, for those remarks. I would like to once again thank our panelists. I would like to thank our moderator. And I would like to thank all of you for attending this session. And we hope to stay in touch and work with you. Thank you.
a very lovable country called Brazil, the celebrated host of COP30, and also the world's 6th biggest emitter of greenhouse gases. Of course, Brazil is lovable, sandy beaches, nice people, even though sometimes they don't know how to vote. And huge land use emissions, and also lots of contradictions. And today we're going to explore some of these contradictions in our panel. You will probably know more about Brazilian emissions than you ever dreamed to. And fortunately, also, we're going to hear about solutions for the problem of emissions in Brazil. So our guests today are David Tsai, who's the coordinator of SEG, the System for Estimating Greenhouse Gas Emissions, developed 11 years ago by the Climate Observatory. Luiz Fernando Guedes, Executive Director of Fundação SOS Mata Atlântica, who's going to talk about deforestation in the Atlantic forest. My boss, Ania Alencar, Head of Science at IPAM, the Institute for Environmental Research in the Amazon, who is going to bring brand new data on fire emissions, and also will tell you a little bit about the Cerrado. Brenda Brito from Amazon, who used to be my boss, and she will talk about the legal perspective on deforestation. And finally, Isabel Drigo from Imaflora, who will take you into solutions, the solutions agenda for emissions. I will do my best to manage the slides here, so without further ado, I'll pass it on to David.
Thank you, Claudio. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure and honor to be here today and to give the first presentation and be followed by all of these people that I admire so much. So my presentation will be focused on presenting the Brazilian emissions trajectory in the last more than 3 decades, and also presenting a perspective for attending the current NDC that the country has, and also increasing the ambition. So how do I control the slides? It's Claudio?
I will control the slides and your time. So
okay.
10 minutes.
Okay. Please. So for those of you who doesn't know SIG, very quickly, it's an initiative hosted by the Climate Observatory, and it's basically focused on producing knowledge and contributing to mitigating emissions. It has a core of work that is providing the data every year on estimation of emissions. So every year we launch the annual collection that, thank you, Isby, that monitors the emissions for the last year, and also revising all of the historical series. It's based on robust science. We base the methodology and all of the data and on the official emissions inventory. And it also has a portal to make information accessible to all. So next one. So it's hosted by the Climate Observatory, and it has 4 technical institutions that are responsible for the estimations according to the expertise, the technical expertise of each one: ICLEI, IEMA, Imaflora, and IPAM. We have also a technology partner and supporters. So, Brazilian emissions from 1990 to 2022. If we look at the emissions without the land use sector, the Brazilian emissions has a shape that is very common to developing countries. So it has a kind of sustained increase in the emissions along the years. But if we look at all of the emissions, the gross emissions, we can see that the land use change and forestry is the volume control of these emissions. And in 2022, we have reached 2.32 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, which makes Brazil the sixth most polluter in the world. So land use change and agriculture, AFOLU, they account together for 3/4 of the Brazilian emissions. That's not new for anybody. And removals are also very important in Brazil, so because of, mainly because of protected land. And we have this net, which lead us to these net emissions of 1.7 gigatons of CO2 equivalent. We can look at this data. Another way to look at this data is to group the annual emissions into the presidential mandates. And it's interesting to see here, we had a peak of emissions in 2003 to 2006. And then we had a very big decrease in the emissions, leading us to the lowest levels of emissions in the country during the Lula II and Dilma I governments. And since then, we had increasing emissions, which is contradictory to the establishment of the National Climate Change Policy, which was in 2009, and a very big increase during the last government, as you can see, which was driven mostly by the land use change and forestry sector. So our total gross emissions per GDP, here are some indicators. I will go very fast on this. Our gross emissions by GDP are controlled by deforestation, and if we look only at emissions that are not associated to the land use change, we can see that we have, in the 30 years, a slight decrease, but in the last 10 years, we are established on the same level. Also, per capita emissions, we see the same sort of behavior controlled by deforestation. So today we have 11.4 total gross emissions, tons of CO2 per capita, 8 tons of CO2 emissions per capita in the net emissions. If we exclude land use change, we have 5.9, which makes us close to the global average of 6 tons per person. And here we have also the challenge, the size of the challenge of carbon neutrality in 2050, assuming a carbon budget of approximately 1 ton per person. And here's an analysis that we have done in our last report, looking to the future. So these are the net emissions of Brazil, and we can see the increase on emissions since 2010. And the NDC, our first NDC was submitted in 2015, and we had 3 revisions since then. The last one was a couple of months ago. And today we have 2 targets, one in 2025, one in 2030. And these targets are now absolute amount of emissions target. And these targets are approximately very close to the original NDC in 2015. So we didn't have any increase of ambition since then. And if we look at the level of emissions in 2015, we can see that in 2015 we had a very low level of ambition, because we would be coming from 1.5 to 1.3 in 2025, in 10 years' time, and in 20 years' time, in 2030, to 1.2. So that was considered, we could consider a low-level ambition. But now, with the net emissions that occurred in the last years, and mainly because of the loss of control in deforestation, we can see that we have net emissions very high, which make attending to the current NDC or the original NDC, as we call the new old NDC, because it was revised, but the level of ambitions are quite the same. And the target is pretty challenging now because all of this loss that we have. We didn't advance and we walked back, actually. So we did an exercise. We split a simple exercise. We split these net emissions into 4 major parts. One is deforestation emissions in the Amazon. It's the biggest chunk of emissions in Brazil, and it's the level of control. Deforestation of other biomes and other emissions, which, as we know, they're more structural and linked to development, so they're harder to abate. And we have removals, so these 4 colored lines, they add up to the net emissions. So we can see how to get to attain the 2025 target. We did a very, very conservative exercise, so we are assuming for 2025, which is 2 years from now, that emissions in other sectors except deforestation and removals, they will remain basically the same. No structural changes will happen in a 2 years' time. So this is pretty much realistic and conservative. And to 2030, we're considering a very conservative scenario, also freezing these emissions. So what needs to be done to reach the target in 2025 is to cut this forest that's needed to cut deforestation in the Amazon to the levels that where we were during the best control period, which was between 2009 and 2012, roughly. And so it will be very challenging to get to the target of 2025, but it's still possible because the speed of controlling deforestation is the same as we had already. Brazil has already proven more than a decade ago, and now we have more instruments, as I believe our colleagues will talk about. And in 2030, if we consider the scenario that the government has promised of zeroing deforestation in all biomes, we can have, in this conservative scenario, a net emissions of 700 million tons in 2030, which is roughly 500 million tons lower than the current NDC. So in a conservative scenario and complying to the current promises, we can have an increased ambition of at least 500 million tons in this conservative scenario. Thank you very much. This study, if you want to learn more, it's described on our most recent report, and you can find it in the SIG website. Thank you.
Thank you, Davi. I love engineers because they are almost always on time. And now over to you, Luis, to talk about the Atlantic forest.
Thank you very much. Claudio, could you please give me the presentation? I'm Luis Fernando, Executive Director of SOS Mata Atlântica, a member of the Climate Observatory in Brazil, and I'm going to talk specifically about one of the rainforests in Brazil, which is the Atlantic forest. I'll give you some context about the Atlantic forest, and then I'm going to address how we are in terms of decreasing emissions, of course, mainly due to zeroing deforestation and also restoration. So the context is that this forest is present in 70 states. Brazil has 27 states, so it's present in most of the Brazilian states from north to south, and more than half of the cities of the country. It's recognized as a national heritage by our constitution, and then it has a specific law for its protection, which is called the Lei da Mata Atlântica. It hosts 72% of our population. The most important cities of Brazil are in the, except Belém, right? Which is a major important city, and the next COP30 is out of the Atlantic Forest. It's a top global biodiversity hotspot. It's a flagship of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, so it was appointed in Montreal last year, exactly 1 year ago, as a flagship. It's highly fragmented, and to give you an idea, its size is 130,000 square kilometers, which is similar to the area of Peru or South Africa, or more than 2 times of France. So it's very large. It occupies 15% of the Brazilian territory. You can see in this image on the Brazilian map, the low green color is the original cover of the biome, and in the dark green, how much remained following the Map Biomas database collection. I don't remember which collection it is, but the point is that only remains 24% of its original forest cover. It's the most threatened forest in Brazil, and it's about not only climate, but about biodiversity and water. The minimum threshold for biodiversity conservation is having at least 30% of the forest cover for biodiversity conservation. Here we use threshold, not tipping point, because it's about a threshold for biodiversity, so it's very highly threatened. And using Map Biomas data, it's also important to keep in mind that the distribution of the remaining nature vegetation is very unequal. What you see in red are those municipalities with less than 15% of original forest cover, and then everything that's not green is below the minimum threshold. So it's heavily threatened, and this is unequally distributed across the country. So this is very important to have policies for its protection. This is the time series of deforestation from a partnership between SOS Mata Atlântica and INPE, which is our national space agency. And what you can see is there is a trend of decreasing deforestation, a sharp decrease in the early 2000s. It's mainly because of the process of approval of this law, which protects the biome, Lei da Mata Atlântica, which was approved in 2006, but it had 14 years of discussion in our National Congress, and the law was signed by President Lula, actually, and Marina Silva, right? Malu and Afra. And then another sharp decrease in 2009, and we reached the lowest level of deforestation in 2017, so we are going well towards zero deforestation, but as the last government that David showed us reverted the good things we have done, and then we started growing up again. So this is the trend. And these are the latest data about deforestation, now not from the Atlas da Mata Atlântica, but from our system of alerts from Map Biomas and SOS Mata Atlântica. And now we have data comparing January to August this year against last year. And on the left side, you see the rate of decrease. It decreased 59% if you consider the limits of this biome following the Brazilian official Geography and Statistics Department. It was a huge decrease, but when on the right side you see the numbers from the total area protected by the Atlantic Forest Law, that is larger because we have pieces of the Atlantic Forest inside the Cerrado and the Caatinga, which are also protected by this law. And then the rate of decrease was smaller, deforestation was higher, and so we have a yellow point here in a connection with Cerrado and Caatinga, right? Because in those regions, actually, deforestation is increasing. It has increased this year. So in And at the whole, it affects the general numbers, graphs, complex images, etc. But on the right side, thing is not that complex. On the right side, it's a paper published by our colleague Marcos Rosa and other colleagues, which shows in blue, dark blue, what you see is regeneration of the Atlantic forest. So in dark blue, the forest is coming back. We have a lot of removals. We have carbon coming, biodiversity being protected. And in red and dark red, we are losing. So the image here is that we have at the same time deforestation and regeneration in this biome. And we have specific geographies where those things are occurring, so we can have policies specific for each of those regions. The dark blue is nothing is happening, it's more a stable condition. And in the left side, this very complex stuff here shows high degradation in the remaining vegetation. So we are losing biomass, we are losing richness, we are losing the quality of the forest. Was published by Renato Lima and other colleagues at Nature. So we have in the Atlantic forest, at the same time, deforestation, degradation, and regeneration. So for carbon, biodiversity, and water, we need to be clever to draw policies that take care of these three things at the same time. What would require one full day discussing here. But going to my last message, so our guess and our hypothesis that the Atlantic forest is going to be the biome where we are going to reach zero deforestation first, because we have higher governance, we are in the most controlled and under more surveillance area of the country. We have a law for the biome, which is this is very specific Atlantic forest law, and the deforestation rate, of course, is much smaller than Cerrado and the Amazon. But to get there, we have a kind of a world map, and we think it can be really a reference to the world in a very important biome where we can reach zero deforestation and high-scale restoration at the same time. I think the tropical world, developing countries need to showcase it's possible. And how to achieve that? A rigorous application of the Atlantic Forest Law. Actually, I would say, considering next week, the maintenance of this law, because it's under risk and threat in our Congress, so we need to keep it alive and apply it rigorously. We need also a rigorous environmental license process. That is another major issue in our Congress as well. We need the application of remote embargoes, cancellation of rural credit, and cancellation of a register of farms with deforestation. It's already in process, and I think we can speed it much more. Fundamentally, it's very important to create and strengthen protected areas, public and private. We have more than 1,000 private conservation units in the Atlantic forest. And then the enrichment and corridors for degraded forests to avoid more degradation. And for restoration, we need the implementation of the Forest Code, which is a policy approved 11 years ago and is still very behind implementation. We need to restore at least 2.7 million hectares of riparian forests to comply with this law, and we are far away from this. We need the environmental compliance of commodities value chains like sugarcane, citrus, pastures, beef, soy, coffee. All those things are in major scale in the Atlantic forest, not only in the Cerrado and the Amazon, and also economic silviculture and agroforest economy. And this is an image, it's upside down? No, an image of our house, and everybody is invited to go to Itu in the state of São Paulo. Our office is there. The Climate Observatory had a meeting there years ago, and is our restoration area of a very degraded pasture that is now a beautiful forest. Thank you, Claudio. 30 seconds more. I'm an engineer, agronomist engineer, which is half an engineer.
Thank you, Luis. And if you think the Atlantic forest situation is complicated, wait to see what comes next. So Ania Alencar is going to tell us about our problem biome, the Cerrado, but I've already asked her to give us a sneak preview into new research she's done on the recent fires in the Amazon rainforest, which is a rainforest, therefore shouldn't catch fire. Over to you, Annie.
Hello. Thank you, Claudio. Yeah, you just asked me to talk about the hottest topics about related to land use change in Brazil, which is the Cerrado deforestation and also the forest fires. But before I start, I will just get the center point of our presentations here, which is the SEG data, and the importance of the land use change, as Davi showed, to the emissions, to the gross emissions and net emissions as well. So this is the SEG 11 data. And this is the way we calculate. So we use Mapioma's maps, annual land use, land cover maps, to calculate all the transitions between forest and non-forest land uses. And this is the result of it. And of course, we have more emissions than removals. And we have something that is really, in my point of view, a little bit weird, which is we have protected areas removals at a very large scales, which actually reduce our net emissions, but part of these protected areas have been highly affected by fires, drought, fragmentation, edge effect, logging. So those forests that by IPCC have been managed, and that's why are like said to be, how can I say, removing carbon from the atmosphere, are in fact releasing carbon to the atmosphere. So we need to work on that. I would say in a tropical spectrum, in other countries as well, trying to understand and to show that some parts of a tropical forest have been so degraded that they start to become a source. And this is the data I just added, just to show you that, well, first of all, explain the graph. So in green, we have emissions from land use change in the Amazon. And in pink, we have net emissions of land use change in the Amazon. And in pink, we have net emissions from forest fires in the Amazon. So we can see that in the first 2 decades up to from 1990 to 2009, we have a smaller portion of emissions, if you account all of them, related to forest fires. But in the last decade, we did reduce deforestation compared to the 90s and beginning of 2000s. But the emissions from fires have increased. And this is not like a fire went through a forest, a rainforest, and emitted everything that had to emit at that moment. Because the trees die afterwards. And the gross part of the emissions happen afterwards. And it keeps emitting 10 years, at least 10 years after that. We need more research on that in other countries as well to be able to understand the variability of that. But coming back to land use, and not, unfortunately, the pink is not being counted in our inventory. Is a non-related deforestation fire emissions. So, but coming back to the land use emissions, how we distribute that in Brazil. So most of it, land use emissions, gross emissions, happen in the Amazon and due to Amazon deforestation. But we do have 14% of emissions related to land use change in the Cerrado, which is our second largest biome. And why this is important, and then this is, I told you, this is the second hot topic in Brazil. I mean, the first, I should say now, because we have good news about the Amazon. So this pizza graph represents the 2002 official data set on deforestation among the biomes. So in 2022, Amazon was the biome with more deforestation in Brazil. In second place, Cerrado. This year, we cannot make that graph because we still don't have the numbers for the other biomes. We just have the Amazon and Cerrado. But we can see that in terms of gross annual deforestation, the Amazon reduced by 40%. It's in area deforested, while Cerrado increased by 3%. And you can see, I mean, compare the levels, Cerrado is twice smaller than the Amazon in terms of area, and it has less than 50%, almost 50% of its area in remaining native vegetation. So that is a huge impact. And for those of you that don't know, Cerrado is this beautiful and very strategic biome for Brazil. It's right in the center of the country. It's the second largest biome, the richest biodiversity savanna in the world, because it's among several different, it's bordering several different biomes in the country. It's strategic for food and water provider, and it's very rich in cultural diversity. This is the data from Mapiomas showing the dynamics of land use change, and we can see very clearly that large-scale crop agriculture have increased a lot in the past years in the Cerrado. So in our days, we have about 48% of native vegetation of Brazil is in Cerrado, and 18%, 48% of native vegetation of the biomes is still there. These represent 18% of Brazil's native vegetation. And now we are starting to get to the point of understanding why we shouldn't say, okay, there's not much we can do about Cerrado, but I think there is something that we can do about Cerrado. First of all, when you look at the land distribution of Cerrado, we see that about 73% of the biome is assumed to be private use or private properties. Why the assumed word is very important? Because we are using CAR, which is a registry for environmental issues, and maybe this doesn't really tells that people have the title of that land. It can be that have, it can be that don't have. But anyway, so 73% of the Cerrado is assumed to be in private use, and 62% of all native vegetation of Cerrado is assumed to be inside these private properties. And this, so is any type of, how can I say, solutions that we have for Cerrado, we need to address that. And when we look at the numbers and the distributions among land tenure categories, we see that the private properties are the ones that are more deforested. The other point that is very important for Cerrado is that, okay, the forest code allows more legal deforestation in the Cerrado than in the Amazon. And just for the ones that are not aware of the Brazilian forest law, legally, people can deforest up to 20% in the Amazon of their properties. In the Cerrado, it's the opposite. people can deforest up to 80% in the other parts of Cerrado outside the legal Amazon, which is a political boundary that we have. And in that area, which means the Cerrado closer to the Amazon, people can deforest 65%. Which means that for all the strategies that have been used in the Amazon to reduce deforestation, I'm not an engineer, so...
You stole my joke.
So far, I'm really finishing. So to drop deforestation in the Cerrado, only like enforcement will, the way people are doing the Amazon won't be enough, or maybe won't work, or maybe will. And so when you look at the surplus of the forest code vegetation by municipality, we see that the municipalities with more vegetation surplus are exactly in the municipalities that have higher deforestation rates. So just the final remarks, and I think it's very key to be here for us to think about it. So we shouldn't give up of Cerrado, understanding that, okay, this is mostly private properties and people have rights to the forest. And we cannot do anything about it. And if that's totally true, we couldn't do much about it. We could have incentives. But we need to address the tenure situation of these areas to know if these areas are really private properties or they were kind of appropriated properties, number one. Second, we need to work on the licensing systems because according to MAP Biomas, only 8% of the deforestation alerts had licensing. So if these people could deforest legally, where are the licensing? So we still have a long way to go to work with enforcement to reduce deforestation in the Cerrado. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Yeah, just a quick remark. 159 million tons for Brazil doesn't sound a lot. That's what we emit from Cerrado deforestation, but that's larger than many countries' emissions in a year. So now Brenda Brito is going to tell us what happens when enforcement fails and we have to go to court.
Also. Thank you very much, Claudio. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brenda from Amazon, an NGO based in Belém, where we will hopefully host the COP30, a beautiful city. Hope to see you all there. And I will talk about some challenges in the path to reach zero deforestation in the Amazon by 2030, and also call attention to two topics that we have been studying at Amazon that will tell us some of the challenges that we have. So first, starting with the good news, most of you know that this year deforestation decreased by 22% in the Brazilian Amazon, especially starting in January, given different policies that were adopted. It was the first time after 4 years that deforestation was finally below 10,000 square kilometers. And I will not go into all the details, but a lot of new policies and measures have been implemented since January with the new government to strengthen institutional organization, especially at the Ministry of Environment, but also other ministries that most of all actually have some created departments to deal with environment and climate change issues. Increased enforcement of environmental laws, so increased field inspections, environmental fines, embargoes, operations to remove intruders for indigenous lands, and also reviewing and launching policies and regulations. And I will call the attention to the launching of the fifth phase of the plan to control and reduce deforestation in the Amazon, the PPCDM, that historically had a very great importance in decreasing deforestation in the period between 2005 and 2012. And I want to call your attention to two specific issues. that are also somehow included in these policies. One of them are the need to discuss the public forest allocation in the Amazon, and the other thing is to reduce impunity of environmental criminals at courts, which is something that we usually don't talk about, but it's highly important in my view. So first, I want to share this data with you about a study we published this year in Amazon, where we show that until 2021, 69% of the federal undesignated public forests were under risk of privatization, meaning of receiving at some point a land title based on illegal occupation of public land. And the way we reach this number is that we are considering 3 types of risks, specifically in this area of federal undesignated public forests that are about 20. Now it's kind of 30 apparently, but at this point it was 25 million hectares. So the 3 types of risks that we mapped are first the actual land claims, land title claims already mapped by the land agency INCRA. The second threat was related to registration at the Environmental Rural Registry that Annie mentioned, which is a self-declaratory registry saying that someone is occupying or owning a land, but many of this area was actually overlapping with public forests. And finally, areas where a committee from the federal government that decides in general what's going to be the use of these undesignated public forests. So we found out that some of the decisions of this committee, actually most of the decisions, were to allocate public forests to what we call land regularization, to issuance of land titles in the future, even though part of this area didn't actually have a land claim. So, and the way, even though we have, since 2009, a federal law is explicit that prohibits the issuance of land titles overlapping with public forests, there was a decree kind of giving a different interpretation what is a public forest, and therefore this decree was allowing that this committee made decisions to allocate public forests for future private land claims. So this is actually a problem if we want to reach zero deforestation, because we are basically signaling that public forests can be illegally occupied and eventually receive a land title. So the good news is that in September this year, there was a new decree correcting the procedures for designating federal public forests. And what the decree basically does is to repeat the law. So it's not something that it's creating, because it's already, it's a decree. It cannot, in theory, create something new. But the decree explicitly says, let's say, guides this committee that will decide about land allocation, that the allocation of public forests will be restricted to the following public policies: the creation of conservation units, demarcation of indigenous lands in quilombolas territories and of other traditional peoples and communities, forest concessions, and other forms compatible with sustainable management of public forests. So it's a clear guidance that will need to be followed by the committee. But I would like to highlight some challenges, because still there are a lot of challenges to implement this decree. But I would like to bring the attention that I'm here talking about federal lands, but we also have in the Amazon state undesignated public forests that are actually, the area is actually higher than the federal one, so states owns public lands and therefore they can decide how to allocate them. And none of the states actually have a similar regulation saying that you cannot issue a land title overlapping public forests. In theory, they should have, because we have a federal law from 2006 saying that this is not the way to allocate public forests. But so far, when we look at the procedures to issue land titles, this piece has been ignored. So it's necessary to bring state governments to adopt similar procedures, to increase transparency and public participation in how to allocate public land. And again, especially not only at federal level, but at state level. We, in 2018, did an assessment, and the state land agencies disclosed only 22% of the mandatory information they should disclose regarding who is actually requesting and receiving land titles. And also, we need to prevent the weakening of land laws by both federal and state legislators. We have, since last year, at least 2 bills trying to weaken our federal land law. I wouldn't be surprised to see in the coming months any attempt to repeal the new decree from September. So we really need to take a great look at this to avoid. A second topic I'd like to bring your attention, as I said, is the need to reduce impunity of environmental crimes at courts. And we at Amazon have been studying an initiative from federal prosecutors called Amazônia Protege, Conserve the Amazon. And between 2017 and 2020, the federal prosecutors brought more than 3,000 public civil lawsuits against deforestation in the Amazon. And they did that by using, instead of using evidence from field inspections of deforestation, they are actually using evidence obtained by crossing public database with satellite images, because they want to see where is deforestation and who is occupying the land according to the public database. And when they don't know who is occupying the deforested land, they also started to bring lawsuits against what we call unknown defendants, with the goal of embargoing the areas and preventing these areas in the future to receive a land title. We have been assessing, as I said, this study. We published these lawsuits. We published this study last year. But now I'm going to give you some preview of the update of this study that we will publish probably in January. So out of the more than 3,000 lawsuits, 35% of them already had a court ruling as of January 2022. And only 12% actually had a ruling convicting the environmental offenders. And 1% have a sort of judicial agreement, but basically all convictions and the agreements had an obligation to restore developed deforested areas, which is an important goal. But most of the decisions, at least at the first instance, by the first instance judges, they were extinguishing the cases. Basically, they were considering, especially in the case of unknown defendants, that there wasn't enough, let's say, evidence to continue with the lawsuit. But this type of decision has been reverted by the Superior Justice Court, which ruled in favor of this case's continuation. So now we are mapping what's going on with the cases that are going back to the judges. And the Superior Court, also the Justice Court, also approved, let's say, validated the type of evidence that the federal prosecutors are using. So they are saying, we don't need a field inspection in order to get evidence of an illegal deforestation. You can use it with remote sensing and crossing data with public database evidence to make the foresters liable. So the challenges in this case, I think, are first to disseminate these legal precedents that validate the strategies to first instance judges. We also noticed in some part of the sentences that were extinguishing the cases that some judges were reluctant to accept the use of remote evidence. So it's important to increase initiatives of capacity building to judges. And maybe I would say here, thinking about developing additional litigation strategies for the unknown defendant cases. So cases where we don't know exactly who is deforesting, and if you don't have conditions to go to the field, maybe a suggestion here would be to link new litigation strategies to the new decree I mentioned earlier, because if the goal is to avoid these recently deforested areas to receive a land title, which would be basically awarding land grabbers, maybe we actually need to target the land agencies and not necessarily unknown defendants. So we need to make the land agencies comply with the law and not issuing land titles to recently deforested areas. So that would be a suggestion. And in my final 30 seconds, I would just like to comment on a recent advance, because I want to finish with a positive note here, that the National Justice Council released a couple of months ago a new protocol to assist judges in assessing evidence based on satellite images. So basically, with this initiative of building capacity, and one of the responsibles for this initiative is here, the Judge Rafaela Rosa. So they are also starting programs to train judges. So the idea is to really have more judges understanding how to use this type of evidence and hopefully to speed up the pace of getting new sentences convicting environmental offenders, criminals. Thank you very much.
Thanks for being on time, Brenda.
12 minutes. That's what we agreed in 12 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, on time, not
On time,
in time.
okay.
Anyway, so now over to Isabel, who's going to tell us a little bit about solutions for agriculture-related emissions. We published this year data showing that food systems emit nearly 75% of all Brazilian emissions, but there are ways around it, and Isabel is going to show what can be done and what is being done.
Thank you. Thank you, Claudio. Thank you, my colleagues that provided to us this big picture of the state of deforestation, but also some hopes in the way. So I'd like to talk to you about this. I think it's a provocative question. There is such a thing as low emissions farming. I know that there's a lot of skepticism around that possibility. But in fact, what you are looking for is move from the worst production model to a more sustainable one. So there is a long way to do that. But other questions are, who is actually doing that? Who can do that? I'm talking about farmers in the whole country, not only in the Amazon, but also in the Cerrado region, and also in the southeast, because we have a lot of livestock, for instance, in the southeast of Brazil, in the south also. So about this question, who is actually doing that, and what they are doing, I bring here some examples of farmers that we'd like to bring to illustrate a little bit more the pathway of solutions. These numbers are numbers that we estimated based in the GHG protocol and IPCC factors. It's important to say, we are not measuring carbon. We are estimating emissions and removals. But there's the best numbers we have, and we need to improve the methodologies and to improve all the knowledge to measure carbon in livestock systems and also in agricultural crops. So here you can see one example of a sample of 25 farms, not only in Brazil, but 5 farms in Brazil, but also Argentina, Colombia, Paraguay, and Uruguay. And they are actually performing well. It's perfect? No, of course not. But they are performing better than a lot of farms. Other example, this is highlighted on the 5 farms of the Brazilian sample. You can see we have some farms with challenges, but some farms doing very good job. But why and how they are doing that? Because they are the best in class, of course they are the best in class, and they have support, they have technical assistance. They are under companies' programs that purchase their cattle in this case. Other sample, this is mixed biomes. It's not only in Amazon, but also some farmers performing good, others not. So we can show that there are solutions. They are applying practice. They are applying techniques, and it's possible to do that. Here, it illustrates a case in Mato Grosso, in state of Mato Grosso, and we can see how the practice of intensification can can have a positive impact with this amount of emissions avoided. Other one, here we have a case of small farmers recovering degraded pasture. In 2 years, they could achieve this result in terms of hectares, but also in terms of meat production, in terms of intensity. Other one, also small farmers, is in south of the state of Pará, with agro-silvicultural systems, introducing the pasture land so they can also reduce emissions. And here, not in Brazil, but it's Paraguay, it's the Chaco in Paraguay, but an example of dairy cattle and milk production. And it's very important to us in Brazil and Amazon region to understand the solutions, the way to work also with the milk production, because it's very important for the small producers in the settlements in Amazonia. So, from to again, urgent actions needed. As I said, all these studies are about project pilots. It's not a lot of farmers, that's the truth. I also said they are the best in class. So how to scale up the solutions? The solutions are described in the Brazilian science. We have Embrapa, that is a research center, very, very important. We have the universities, all these organizations providing solutions. So you need to scale the practice recommended by agronomic science. We need also to fix the financial flow. So finance actors and finance systems is very important. They have to finance the right models. And you can use the public credit in Brazil, like Plano Safra, but also the private banks and the private financiers, they have a role here. We need to think about to keep the approach simple. We have simple technologies that can be assessed by the small producers, like fencing. So you need to introduce right now these very simple solutions. And mass technical assistance in the most remote regions, because as I said, we are looking at very best producers. They had financial, they had technical assistance, but you have a lot of producers, they don't have access to all this. And finally, we need to monitor progress. We need to know the state of art of each property in Brazil. So you need traceability, and you need to monitor these metrics somehow. And advanced methodology and metrics to capture removals, mailing in the carbon, the soil carbon. There is a long work to do, but you have how to do in Brazil. So again, we have financial flows, so we have money, and you have people very well positioned to do that. So we have to do. That's it. I hope I saved the time.
You did. Thank you. Okay, now the floor is open to questions. Isvi has a mic.
Hello?
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn. I represent the organization just south of São Paulo, Instituto Terra Luminas. I've been talking to many landowners related to growing very subtle, slow water problem. I spoke to a person called Guilherme Castanha. He is one of the leading people in the southeast of Brazil related to ecological water management. And he's been talking to a lot of landowners in the state of São Paulo. And basically, he said 100% are experiencing water problems. Slowly, the wells are drying up. Slowly, the springs are getting a little bit, having to dig a little bit further down to get water. And I've been living on the land, in the forest for 9 years, and we're experiencing this also. The question is to the lady about Cerrado. I've heard that this weather change pattern is due to the deforestation of the Amazon. Slowly the aerial rivers are slowly being cut off, but there is a problem of the heat boil of the Cerrado due to the extensive burning and the rapid deforestation of the Cerrado. The water transfer from the Amazon to the southeast is having a difficult time to come down because of the heat boil in the Cerrado. I'm curious to know about if there is any research regarding that, and if there's any truth to this. This was told to me by some quite respected sources, that we're in the middle of a climate change in the southeast of Brazil, provoked by these two questions. The deforestation of the Amazon and the deforestation of the Cerrado is provoking a permanent climate change on the southeast of Brazil, which could lead to very serious economic problems.
Hello. Okay. My name is Oscar Rodas. I'm the Climate Change and Policy Director from WWF Paraguay. Isabel, I saw that you share a very interesting case of 5 haciendas in Paraguay. And one of the haciendas producing cattle and milk is becoming, compared to the baseline in the year 5, like a carbon negative in your chart. Do you have more details on these haciendas in Paraguay? Thank you.
Luis, then we'll take the 3 and answer the 3.
Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations on the excellent presentation. It's been really insightful. My question goes to Annie from IPA. You mentioned that more research would be welcome in terms of the potential or the risks involved in protected areas becoming sources of emissions rather than sinks. I was wondering if you could elaborate more on that, and because you did mention a tropical approach to it. So would that be in terms of more science or more policy or both? Thank you.
So I will start by this one. What I mean is that actually in Brazil, the Amazon has evolving a lot with trying to understand the impacts of fires and logging and forest degradation, basically, on carbon stocks and how this evolves over time. But we need to expand, we need plots, because so we need to have investments in expanding plots. What happens with forests that are burned 3 times and with different intervals? Burned and logged, we don't know. We don't know what are the rates of removals and the rates of emissions and the combustion factors and all this type of stuff. What we have, there are maybe 3, 4, 5 groups of research that have permanent plots. 5 is spread in the Amazon. So This is what I mean by we need to understand better what are the effects on the ground of these disturbances. And we need to be able to understand that variability in order to extrapolate. And I'm talking about the Brazilian Amazon, where I know that we have been some research on that. But the other tropical countries, they have few research on that, fewer than in Brazil. So we need to expand that network. This is what I mean. In terms of the water in the Cerrado, one thing is important to say, yeah, the Cerrado, they do have a very important connection between the Amazon in terms of water. Water from the Amazon is important to Cerrado. But I should say that the most important impact on water in the Cerrado right now are from the drills. So the area where agriculture is expanding in the Cerrado is the area where more pivots, is how we say? Pivots, irrigation systems increased in Brazil. So most of the Brazilian production of soybean, for example, it didn't use much irrigation before, and now is every time growing, and is growing right in that area, which is also one of the areas most impacted by climate change effects. So people are growing soybean in an area that is getting hotter, basically. So they need more water, so they pump more water. And so this is like a, you know, so maybe we need to understand better how is the licensing of this water in this region. And to come back to your question, deforestation, deforestation has a local impact on water availability. In the Amazon is very clear. In the Cerrado, I bet it's clear as well. So, yeah, if you take out the forest, you will change all this heat balance, energy balance, and you might have an impact on the less availability of water. But I'm not completely into the climate research, but if there is an impact, if you have a huge surface that is not vegetation, probably that water there is going to be evaporated more, and you have less availability of water.
Isa?
Yes. So I don't have the complete study here with me, but we can share contacts and I can send to you. But it's important to say that if you look at the practices, in this case in Paraguay, there are trees in the system. So when in Imaflora, when we calculate the carbon balance, we consider the trees and we make different calculation, but we consider the effect of trees in the system. So probably that's the factor that brings these good results. But I can share the complete study with you.
Okay. Anyone?
Hi, Peter Pringerman from Associated Press. So my question is about whether there's worry about some of the oil policies of the Lula administration. I know, let me get my notes here, a couple of the blocks that are going to be auctioned off are actually in the Amazon, are going to be looked at. You have SAML between Para and Amazonas, and then SAMO in eastern Amazonas. So I just wonder if there's any concern about that, because everything you've shown here is how well Brazil has done really in the last year in slowing deforestation, which Lula had promised to do. So just wonder what you're thinking about that.
Yeah, well, this is a land use panel, but we do have some new calculations. Davi has done some calculations some days ago. They've been published by Brazilian outlets showing how oil emissions, not from the 600-something new blocks, but from the equatorial margin. This is a huge new oil frontier that the Brazilian government is looking into, and some people, especially our energy minister, are well into trying to drill how much emissions from this oil could offset emission savings from reduced deforestation, that we can go further into it.
Yes, very interesting question. If we look at the oil production strategy in Brazil, if we explore that potential, that reserve that is in the equatorial margin, it would be like multiplying Brazilian emissions by 4 to 6 times. I don't have the exact numbers in my head right now. I would have to consult it, but it would discompensate all of the effort in the deforestation. It would not necessarily, it would not probably make the Brazilian emissions higher because of the accounting methodology, because the strategy is to export that oil, so that would not be burned inside the country, so that would not be accounted in the Brazilian inventory. Nonetheless, the hazard is shared, is global, so that is a contradictory message or direction that Brazil would have if, while curbing deforestation, also exploring that margin.
Thank you. I have two. Marielos Peña Claros, co-chair of the science panel for the Amazon, and I have a bit of a provocative question, because what we may be seeing is that of what we have seen also in the past in Brazil is that when rules and regulations get very strict in the Amazon, there is leakage of deforestation to other ecosystems of the country. And I would like to challenge you to think about what will be the leakages, not only to other ecosystems, but also to other countries, Amazonian countries, of Brazilian farmers moving elsewhere, and what will be the consequence of that. I come from Bolivia, and that's the reason for my question. The other question that I was wondering is, I'm not very familiar with these carbon budgets. I was wondering about this line that you had called other emissions. And I was wondering what that actually means, or what does it include, and why is there not a strategy or an action to decrease those as well, and that all efforts are into this zero deforestation?
First point, in terms of regulations, the biome with most restricted regulations is the Atlantic Forest one, because it is the only one which has a law for the biome, and this law rules protection, conservation, use, and restoration. And deforestation would be allowed only for public utility and social interest. Can I say public utility? Public purpose and social interest. So conversion would be only allowed in these two very particular situations, and also when forests are younger than 10 years. And we have 6 biomes in Brazil. For those which we have data now only for 3, because we have projects from the Amazon and Cerrado, and this initiative, and also the alerts from Mapbiomas, but data available so far only for the Atlantic Forest. So the Amazon and the Atlantic Forest are decreasing rates, while in the Cerrado it's increasing. The Pampa is the one with the highest rate of conversion right now, right? So very concerning. But the point, I think, we should bridge among biomes and among countries. So we want to avoid the trajectory of the Atlantic Forest for the Amazon, for instance. and there are many lessons to be learned. For the Amazon has much more protected areas than the Atlantic forest, where we have less than 10%. So it's just a scratching your question that actually the one which is most protected is the one most destroyed. This is the only reason. And it has been severely attacked in the Congress. So even this only one protection we may lose, because I would like to highlight a message that Brazil is showing here a good job in land use and with the contradictions of oil, as the Associated Press guy just answered us. But Brazil as a government is one thing, the Congress is in a very different direction, in an opposite direction, and decisions taken in the Congress may compromise everything Brazil is committing to. But I leave to my colleagues to complement.
No, I just want to make maybe a quick comment on that. But maybe thinking about still the Amazon biome, but the Pan-Amazonia, right? So we had in August this year the Amazon Summit in Belém again. See Belém again.
It's the place.
It's the place to discuss about things. But we had the summit there, and I mean, there was an expectation, maybe, that at some point we would see a stronger declaration, maybe claiming for zero deforestation in the Pan-Amazonia, something like that. We didn't have that, of course, but I think even though the Amazon Cooperation Treaty maybe has not been working the way we would like to see in terms of conservation, it is a treaty that exists for many decades, and maybe it's time to reinterpret and change the course and look or maybe interpret the treaty as really what the treaty can do for us in terms of climate change mitigation in the Pan-Amazonia with all the countries. So I think there were a lot of the indications that there would be more cooperation among the countries, especially in the areas of investigation of transboundaries crimes that are happening, illegal deforestation, illegal logging. Also, there was a parallel summit from courts in Brazil, but that also had supreme judges from the countries, other countries from the Pan-Amazonia. They also want to strengthen collaboration, which would be also important in terms of thinking about how to enforce law when crimes are actually happening on the boundaries between countries. So maybe it's one way to go forward to see if we can have the better implementation of this treaty, trying to strengthen cooperation to combat environmental crimes, at least in the Pan-Amazonia, right?
Can I say something? Just really quick about this deforestation spillover. Well, last time that we dropped deforestation in the Amazon, the Cerrado grew. I mean, we had an explosion of deforestation in the Cerrado, and apparently we are doing the same. So I think there must be people that really want to invest their money no matter what. So probably people that were investing money in buying land in a cheap way in the Amazon now are maybe getting their money and spending it in another biome. And this, of course, occurs in other countries, surrounding countries. And I think one thing that we have to pay attention, and I don't have that answer, is just a guess, is that there must be lots of money from the crime, like drug trafficking, illegal logging, I mean poaching or whatever, that needs to be launched, and gold mining as well, that needs to be washed. I don't know how to say that. Laundered. And probably these countries that also face this international illegal network of activities, they would feel the, how can I say, the outcomes of increased governance in the Amazon.
Thank you, Annie. David, would you like to explain very quickly the other emissions line?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. that part of the question. Could you repeat this? Oh, the other, right, in the trajectory, right? So the other emissions are the sum of agriculture, energy, and industrial processes and waste sectors. So transport emissions and all of the more urban and farm-related, inside the farm gates related emissions.
We have one here and another one there. And 9 minutes before we're kicked out.
I'll try to keep this quick. Thank you, everybody, for your presentations. I'm YJ, a student from the National University of Singapore. And so my question is kind of geared towards Ms. Brito, since you're in the legal industry. So I was really intrigued by your whole presentation on unknown defendants, especially that point, since I am vaguely aware of this climate litigation movement in Brazil. And I understand that that's more of a constitutional rights-based approach, kind of strategy to reducing carbon emissions in Brazil. So how would this whole unknown defendants thing fit in that? Yes, thank you.
There's one more in the back.
Good afternoon, thank you very much. I commend the organization of this very important side event. And I am Juan Francisco Facchetti, Ambassador of Paraguay in Vienna, but also delegate of my country here at the COP28. I was the first Minister of Environment of my country in the 2000, and I worked a lot in the Atlantic forest. I just wanted to share with you my own experience dealing with some of the drivers that increased the deforestation in my country in those years. And one of them was the lack of enforcement, as it was mentioned, to stop the illegal deforestation. But also, we had a lot of technology and low cost of lands. So that's was a very good attractive for companies from other countries to come to Paraguay and deforest our Atlantic forest. So what we did was to establish, and it was very quick, and we worked with 57 organizations of the civil society and in a moratorium law. And in the first years of implementation, we're reducing 90% this deforestation, the rate of deforestation. But I would like to go on the last intervention regarding the illicit deforestation and provoked by the organized crime. And the last report of our National Forestry Authority shows that from 94.5% of the farms in the Atlantic forest, in the Oriental region of my country, which also covers the Atlantic forest, and is legal, is absolutely legal. But we have a deforestation provoked by crops, cannabis crops, in our national preserves, but also is affecting some private property. So, and this is something that we are taking very seriously. We organized a side event a couple of days ago with UNODC, because in Vienna we are working very closely with UNODC to tackle this problem and to increase the cooperation at the multilateral level to fight against such a kind of illicit trafficking and also organized crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So the unknown defendant strategy is a possibility in our civil procedure code in Brazil. To my knowledge, it hadn't been applied to environmental cases until 2017, and hence the resistance of judges initially in admitting this possibility. From the 3,500 lawsuits that we are assessing, less than 10% are actually against this unknown defendant. So most of them actually had identified the cases. But most of the court rulings so far are from these unknown defendants cases. And the reason for that, in our opinion, is because since judges were not recognizing this possibility, they were like quickly dismissing the case. So it was quicker for them to just release many decisions in the same day saying we do not recognize these cases. So now with the Superior Court Justice understanding of validating this case, the lawsuits are actually going back to the judges, and now they have to basically go on with the procedure. But as I said, the idea from the prosecutors in this case was to somehow have a judicial decision trying to block, let's say, the illegally deforested area to prevent these places to become later on recognized as private properties, which is a practice very common in Brazil, unfortunately, that you occupy public land, deforest to signal land occupation, and later on you claim a land title, and eventually try to change the law in your favor to receive the land title. So it is a strategy to this end, but as I said, I think given the amount of cases that were dismissed, maybe trying to look at a different angle and really maybe bringing lawsuits against the land agencies that they actually need to stop giving land titles to recently deforested lands. So.
Thank you, Brenda. We have precisely 3 minutes before we are kicked out of the room, so I'd like to know if folks here want to give their 140 characters final remarks.
I would like to remark that the exercise of increased ambition that we made it looks optimistic, but it's actually conservative. As the lady asked, we assume the other emissions, the other sectors don't have any advancement, and as Isabel showed, we have a lot of room to improve agricultural emissions. And in the energy sector, we also have a lot of opportunities due to our richness of natural resources that can be used. And also in the waste sector, we saw in last year for the first time a decrease on the emissions due to increased methane, use of methane. And we also can see here at COP a lot of discussions on including the industry sector, including the industry itself, to also curb emissions in the country. So we think Brazil has an opportunity, must seize this opportunity to become an environmental leader. And in the next round of updating the NDCs in 2025, while hosting the COP, it can set an example by setting a very ambitious new NDC.
Just quickly, talking about the improvement of the licensing systems in Brazil to understand what is legal and what is illegal in the Cerrado. I mentioned the 8% of deforestation alerts that had licensing. While I was speaking, Marcos Rosa sent me the number, increased to 12% just after we launched the document. And after that, the states start to look for, to actually send the licensing that is in the state to the national, how can I say, system, and that can be up to 60%. So which means that we need to have a better governance in relation to this licensing to understand what is legal and what is illegal.
Our time is up. Sorry, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Hello and welcome to the UNFCCC COP28 official side event on bridging the gap in the ESG financing of critical technologies for the hard-to-abate sectors, organized by CAPSARC and IEEJ. Decarbonizing carbon-intensive sectors is vital for achieving carbon neutrality. This session will focus on the role of the ESG finance and necessary policy and business strategies for scaling up the deployment of critical technologies in the hard-to-abate sectors, particularly in developing countries. For the welcoming remarks, I'd like to invite to the stage Tatsuya Terazawa, the Chairman and CEO of IEEJ.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. My name is Tatsuya Terazawa, the Chairman of IEEJ, the Institute for Energy Economics Japan. It is my great pleasure to co-host this important event together with CAPSARC with my great friend Fahad. And I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers and the audience for participating in this event. Let me start with why we are talking about hard-to-abate sectors. Well, apparently you are here, so you understand the importance of hard-to-abate sectors, but let me just rephrase why it is important. My institute, IEJ, has been issuing the long-term global energy outlook for years. Our approach is the so-called forecast-based approach, which is different from the recent IEA approach, which is backcasting, starting from carbon neutrality in 2050 and moving backwards to find what has to happen. Our approach is what is likely to happen based on forecast approach, and we try to incorporate the maximum deployment of technology which we consider are reasonably possible. And based on our forecast, our conclusion as of now is that by 2050, the global CO2 emissions would be reduced by 56% compared with 2021, which is significant. But when you think about carbon neutrality, it is 44% short of the desired outcome. If we look closely into that 44% gap, the vast majority, actually 3/4 of the gap, are coming from the emerging and developing economies and the non-power sectors. And when we look closely into the non-power sectors, they are exactly the hard-to-abate sectors, mainly from the industrial sectors and the transportation sectors. So our pledge is to realize carbon neutrality, achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. In order to make that happen, we need to deal with the emerging and developing economies as well as these hard-to-abate sectors. And that is the reason why we are here discussing about hard-to-abate sectors, in particular about the emerging and developing economies. The next question is then, how can we decarbonize, especially the hard-to-abate sectors? It's not easy. There is a reason why they call it hard-to-abate. It is hard to electrify. So we have to do several means together, approach together. The first is energy efficiency. This may be not the sexiest approach, but it has its effect. Japan has been leading energy efficiency, and since the first oil crisis back in 1973, we have been able to achieve a 60% improvement in our energy efficiency. We find that there is so much room that can be achieved, especially in the industries in the emerging and developing economies. So that's energy efficiency. The second approach is fuel switching. We believe, since in many developing and emerging economies, coal is widely used. So the short-term approach would be making the fuel switch from coal to gas. That is a pragmatic approach. If we look forward to the medium term and long term, we have to look for the next generation of fuel, which we consider to be hydrogen or ammonia. Hydrogen will be very effective in generating high temperature heat for the industrial process. Electricity is not very good at doing that job. Hydrogen can also be used for the reduction process for the steel production. And when we look at the transportation, as you can easily imagine, it will be hard to get on planes with heavy batteries. And batteries can run out. That same thing applies to long-distance shipping crossing the Pacific or the Atlantic Ocean. Batteries are not good for those long-distance aviation or shipping. The same would be applicable to very heavy load land transportation for trucks or buses. So these are the area in which hydrogen and ammonia can play a role in decarbonizing the hard-to-abate sectors. But the third approach is that in spite of all our efforts, at the end of the day, there will be significant CO2 emission remaining. So we have to deal with the residual CO2. That's where the negative emissions technologies would have to play a role. We start with CCS, CCU, CCUS, but for the midterm and long term, we have to look for the next generation technologies for negative emissions. It will take time, it's not easy, but we have to start now to develop the next generation of negative emission technologies to deal with the decarbonization of the hard-to-abate sectors. Let me talk about the developing and emerging economies in particular. As I stressed, we need to tackle the emerging and developing economies' carbon dioxide emissions. In this regard, Prime Minister Kishida of Japan announced his vision to realize AZEC, the Asia Zero Emissions Community. This vision is a vision to support the energy transition for especially the Southeast Asian countries to realize carbon neutrality while supporting their economic growth, while enhancing their energy security, and we do it together with our friends in Southeast Asia and our friends in Australia. As a part of this AZEC concept, one pillar is energy efficiency, as I stressed. Japan will be sharing the technology, transferring the technologies with those Southeast Asian countries, and in this regard, financing will be very important. And in this regard, we stress the importance of transition finance. What I mean by transition finance is that improvement from 100 of CO2 emission to 50 CO2 emission. If it's good enough, we provide the financing as a pathway towards realizing carbon zero. It's not limited to financing from 100 to zero right away. We recognize for the transition, improvement deserves financing. That's the spirit of transition finance, and we think it is very important, especially to support energy efficiency measures in the emerging and developing economies. Hydrogen. It is important for the Southeast Asian countries, but we need to have the supply chain for hydrogen. Just as we succeeded in developing the supply chain for LNG, we have to do that for the hydrogen and ammonia. It took us 50 years to develop the LNG supply chain as we see today. But for carbon neutrality, we have to do it faster. So we have to work closely with our friends, especially in the Southeast Asia countries, to develop the supply chain for LNG and, for hydrogen and ammonia. Finally, to realize negative emissions technologies in Southeast Asia, we have several approaches. One is the Asia CCUS network. This is a network to jointly develop the technology necessary for negative emissions. And we are also recognize the importance to develop these mechanisms across borders. And this would require a mechanism to reflect the CO2 reduction in the national report of inventories. So we need an international discussion on this regard. So let me conclude by stressing that we need to deal with the hard-to-abate sectors, and that would require energy efficiency, fuel switching, including hydrogen, and negative emission technologies, including CCS. And we cannot do it alone. We have to do it together. And I sincerely hope today's discussion will lead to the decarbonization of the very important hard-to-abate sectors, especially in the emerging and developing economies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the insightful remarks. Next, I invite to the stage Fahad Al-Ajlan, the president of CAPSARC.
Thank you, Noura, and thank you, Teresa-san. It gives me great pleasure to partner with IEJ in this event here at the UNFCCC at COP28 in Dubai. While the energy transition and achieving net zero is a big challenge, it's a relatively straightforward challenge. We understand the technology that is needed, and while it's costly and significant costs are needed, and significant effort and challenges paves the way to that destination, it's straightforward. For the hard-to-abate sector, it's a much more challenging problem. When we're talking about hard-to-abate sector, we're talking about today 30% of global emissions. How do we classify hard-to-abate sectors? There is heavy industry, cement, steel and chemicals, as well as the transportation, the difficult-to-abate transportation, including maritime shipping and aviation, as well as heavy truck shipping. While technology has played its role, it significantly needs to do more. Today, around 10% of global CO2 emissions comes from the heat associated with the heavy industry. And so for us today, electrification is not a viable technology to get there. There are three challenges as I see them to abating hard-to-abate sectors. The first one is technology. The famous Goldman Sachs graph shows that technology cost and abatement cost goes up to around $4,000 per ton of CO2s to abate for the hard-to-abate sector. And so we need to develop alternative technology, we need to develop them fast, and we need to make them cheaper. That's the first part. The second challenge is the past 5 decades have been characterized by globalization. We're seeing this consensus fade away today. We're seeing much more industrial policy being introduced in different parts of the world. And so that would require a significant change of world trade and global trade as we see it today. And part of it will be focused on emissions and abatement. The recently introduced carbon border adjustment mechanism by the EU is a recent example. And so it's not going to be only about the cost and economics, but also it's around, a discussion around policy driven by government industrial policy. The last challenge is the financing and the investment, which is today's topic. Investment in these hard-to-abate sectors usually lasts for decades, if not more. We've seen steel plants and chemical plants and refineries that stood out for more than 100 years now. And so these investment decisions that we make today will last with us for the next few decades at least. And so we need to do this significantly today, and we need to find technology and deploy them at scale fast. And that is the finance question that we're here to discuss. We need to make sure that we're able to raise finance and deploy financing for those technologies to achieve them at scale globally and not within specific regions. With that, I hope that the panelists today will have an enjoyable time explaining their work to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fahad and Tatsuya-san, for setting the scene for exploring the opportunities and challenges of financing the transition in the hard-to-abate sectors. Next, we will have presentations, and we will start with Fatih Yilmaz, who will talk about financing hard-to-abate sector transition, trends, issues, and ways forward.
Thank you very much all for joining us in this evening. I'm going to summarize some of the recent findings of our work at CAPSARC, which will hopefully give a lot of breadth for the further discussions, and will give you a decent background about the current stance of the finance and where we sit with respect to these critical technologies. So let me start with a big picture. This is what you're seeing is a total clean energy investment that we are seeing out there, including all sorts of clean technologies, from renewables to electrification, energy efficiency, as well as CCUS and hydrogen. So it's been a drastic increase, especially after the COVID era. However, if you break down the numbers a little bit, things start looking quite differently. So you're seeing two lines here. These are the CCUS and hydrogen investments over the last few years. And there's not a mistake on the slide. The one on the left, you see thousands of billions, which add up to trillions. On the right-hand side, you're seeing basically single digits. That's quite actually low, despite the increasing trend. So let me put these numbers with contrasting them to the global scenarios. And there are various scenarios out there. One of the most widely discussed scenarios is basically the IEA scenarios. According to IEA scenarios, in terms of CCUS, we need roughly $200 billion every year in this decade. Similarly, for hydrogen, for clean hydrogen, we need around $160 billion investment every year in the current decade. And the ambition basically goes on in the next in the next 2 decades, so forth. And I try to put, that was quite difficult, what we have achieved in the first 2 years of the current decade. That's remarkably, devastatingly very low. As you can see, for CCUS, it's around $4.3 billion on average we invested in the last 2 years. For hydrogen, it's not even $1 billion on average. So we are not doing very well. You probably, colleagues in this field, they probably have heard a lot about the ambitions growing up more recently with respect to hard-to-abate sector transition. And you probably have heard a lot about the project announcements. So let's take a look at those project announcemements. So if you look at the, one of the quite decent data sets out there for hydrogen and clean hydrogen and CCUS projects, this is the Bloomberg's database we're looking at. There's been quite a remarkable improvement on the project announcements in the last few years. After 2020, we've been seeing quite a big number of projects being released, and you are seeing the bars here are basically the size, the capacity of these projects, million tons. If you look at the countries which actually announced these projects, in terms of CCUS, you see a lot of projects coming from mostly developed countries, and there's a reason for that, and I'll talk about it later. But for now, I just wanted to recognize that. In terms of hydrogen, there has been, again, the investments have been mostly led by developed countries, but there has been some developing countries or emerging economies releasing sizable projects as well. So let's put these numbers into some sort of aggregate capacities in the future. Looking forward, if these projects become online and start really doing their job, this is kind of the picture we are going to see in the next couple decades. Let's put them into a perspective with respect and contrast them to the IEA scenarios again. By 2030, in terms of CCUS, if all currently announced CCUS projects become online, we're going to have a capacity of roughly 70 million ton capture capacity. Although the scenario basically is 1.7, you can see the difference is quite huge. In terms of hydrogen, the picture is not very different. By 2030, the expected, or the scenario simply says, is 150 million ton hydrogen production capacity, where we're going to be simply hanging around 50 million tons. There was a little bit of problem with the data in terms of the commissioning year. If you add all that as well, by 2050, we need roughly 500 million ton capacity, and even the total hydrogen projects does not even add up to half of that number. So there has been quite a bit of a problem in terms of project announcements and actually FIDs, getting to the investment, getting to the finance into these projects and making them work. If you look at the current status of these projects as of now, vast majority of them are basically in the very early stages. These projects announced, in the last 3-4 years particularly, they haven't even got to the some kind of investment decision level yet. And currently the investment decision, the ones which got actually some finance or permit or moving forward step, they're really, really tiny. You can look at the advanced development shares, basically. So what's going on here? We have quite a bit of an ambition. Projects are announced, but they don't seem to move forward. So if you think about the issues around CCUS and clean hydrogen projects, and if you talk to financiers, and if you look at the current policies, you kind of see a picture which I'm going to talk about next. So there's basically not much external finance available here. So I put together a slide summarizing basically our interactions with researchers, our work, as well as interactions with the industry. So you tend to have like 3 types of problems here. The first problem is about the current ESG practices. They simply don't provide a very clear guidance or clear stand on the CCUS and hydrogen projects. Secondly, you definitely see in most ESG frameworks, there's a prioritization of electrification and main focus on basically on the renewables, which is not bad, but obviously to really carry forward, we need to have a more sort of holistic approach for that. I'll talk about that a little later again. So, and there's also the next three items there. They're basically the technical difficulties that we are seeing for the finance of these projects, such as the MRVs, measuring, reporting and verifying the quality of the low hydrogen. What do we call low carbon hydrogen? What do we call an acceptable storage quality? Same with the problems with the market development, as well as the necessary infrastructure, some of the concerns to financiers particularly. And the last one, but not least, is the increasing cost of capital due to the global inflationary pressure. It's great that the monetary policy is taken on to fight the inflation, but that doesn't really help with the capital cost. And these projects are heavily capital intensive. They're looking at some sort of maturity of 15, 20, 25 years, where basically even a small movement in needle in the finance cost can turn up to billions of dollars. So a lot of these projects are basically financed through government incentives or government subsidies, public money, or a little bit of that. Neil probably will talk about it. Also get some funding from equity, but very little portion. Take the IRA in US, 45Q, 45V recently. Take the European practices. So here is a figure that I provide you, trying to summarize some of these subsidies. So a lot of developing countries, they don't have the fiscal space or fiscal capacity to provide any of these subsidies. And that's exactly one clear reason why you did not see a lot of developing countries releasing projects in the earlier slide. So this is definitely a problem, mainly because public resources cannot be a sustainable resource for this gigantic investment needs. We are looking at roughly in total 5 trillion to 10 trillion for CCUS and hydrogen in the next 30 years. And simply this cannot be done by public money. We need to get more creative about the financing approaches. So some thoughts for further thoughts and discussion. Hopefully we'll get into them in the panel. So basically, we need a more comprehensive vision when we think about the hard-to-abate sectors. These sectors are extremely critical in the global supply chains. If we get an unwise transition in these sectors, that can really create serious problems for our economic system, all the way from inflation to some sort of systemic financial events. So in terms of policies, me first type of policies will not actually solve the problem, but create further problems. Thinking about the recent CBAM, for instance, may actually help solving some of the local problems, but can create some sort of tariff wars that we never wanted to have. And that's why we created institutions like WTO, never getting into a competition. And lastly, private capital is a must in this game. We need to really think about how do we reshape the global ESG guidelines. ISSB has been a great step towards this. There's a board working on basically providing the least requirements for ESG, global ESG guidelines, which will hopefully be the global norm, but that has to be flexible and understanding the necessities of these projects in the sector, as well as global banking and insurance sector will be particularly important. We'll probably get into this a little bit in the further in the panel. Simply, global banks, they have significant exposure to hard-to-abate sectors. Take the European banks, a recent study from ECB shows 40 to 50% of current bank assets are exposed to hard-to-abate sectors. So this is not only a finance issue, but also a financial stability issue. Thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Fatah, for this excellent overview on the trends and issues and steps forward for financing the hard-to-abate sectors. Next, we have Toshiyuki Sakamoto, the Director of Climate Change and Energy Efficiency at the IEEJ, to talk about technologies and policies for the hard-to-abate sectors.
Thank you, Noura, for kind introduction. My name is Toshi Sakamoto from IEEJ. I will be explaining the technology and the policies for the hard-to-abate sectors to set the scene. I will be talking about 3 elements. The first is our analysis of IEEJ outlook, which was mentioned by Terazawa-san in the beginning, and technology and the policies, industrial sectors, as well as carbon dioxide removal, negative emission technologies, which are essential for hard-to-abate sector. Please allow me to focus industrial sector due to the limited time. Teraza-san in the beginning mentioned what is IEJ outlook. So just let me add that we analyzed the two scenarios. The first one is reference scenario. This is kind of business as usual. The second one is advanced technology scenario, where environment and energy technologies are assumed to be introduced to the maximum extent possible. This is a primary energy demand. In ATS, advanced technology scenario, the global demand will peak before 2030. But if you look at region by region on the right-hand side, the ASEAN, India, Middle East, and Africa, in those regions, energy demand will continue to grow, whereas China will be decreasing energy demand significantly over the next 3 decades. This is a CO2 emissions, and as explained, introduced by Teraza-san, in advanced technology scenario, emission will be reduced from the current level by 56%. And as you see here, remaining emissions are largely from non-power sector, and also those are largely coming from developing economies. This is the final energy demand sector by sector basis. For industry, the fossil fuel will remain due to the difficulties of substituting high temperature heat. This is especially the case for steel and cement, as I will explain in the next slide. And for transportation, in case of passenger cars, in 2050, on stock basis, 60% will be electrified. But when it comes to heavy-duty trucks and buses, heavy-duty vehicles, it will remain at 47% hard to abate. This is clear contrast with household sector, where electrification is rather easy. This is the technology for steel industry. Steel is produced from iron ore by removing oxygen using a carbon, creating a CO2 emissions. In this decade, they have to improve energy efficiency technologies first. And in 2030, a new manufacturing process may start to be deployed. This is to a new reduction method using a hydrogen, creating just H2O. But H2O will reduce the temperature of furnace. That is a technological challenge. And in 2040, 100% direct hydrogen reduction may start to be deployed. But there is one important condition that has to be met. The hydrogen needs to be very, very cheap. It has to be as cheap as 50 cents per hydrogen kilogram in order to keep the same level of cost competitiveness of steel product. And also, even if direct hydrogen reduction is introduced, there will be some residual emissions. Therefore, CCUS technologies are essential. This is a cement reduction pathway. As was the case in steel industry, their carbon emission intensity will be reduced significantly only after 2040. Cement, the clinker, is the major ingredient of cement. That is CaO, calcium oxide. This is produced from CaCO3 carbonate by adding a high temperature heat, which is higher than 1400 degrees. And that creates carbon CO2 emissions. And in this decade, just like steel industry, they need to continue to improve energy efficiencies. And fuel switching to natural gas needs to be considered. As currently, the heat is provided by coal. And after 2030, they need to consider fuel switching to hydrogen or ammonia. But unlike steel industry, Cement, it is very difficult for cement industry to find an alternative production process. So CO2 will continue to be emitted. Therefore, CCUS technologies are really essential for this sector. So what policies needs to be considered for these hard-to-abate industry sectors? Low-emission material like steel and cement, as I said, require innovation of manufacturing processes. This can only happen through massive R&D effort and capital investment. This will lead to a higher price. Nevertheless, the performance, cement is cement, steel is steel. The performance of those low-emission materials are pretty much the same. So unless demand for low-emission material is foreseen, investment will not happen. This is typical chicken and egg relations. So virtuous cycle between demand and supply needs to be created by policy intervention. The first is supply push. Investment support for first movers, research and development and deployment. Hopefully support for both CapEx and OpEx. And demand pull, a market needs to be created by policy. The initial demand could be produced through public procurement, then regulation may be kicking in. The financial disclosure, the policies to encourage disclosure is important because it will incentivize business operators to reduce Scope 3 emissions or carbon footprint. Let me turn to technology for carbon dioxide removal, negative emission technologies. As I said in the beginning, CDR is essential for hard-to-abate sectors, not only industry but also transport. It can be divided into two categories, technology-based solutions and nature-based solutions. And DACs and BECs, as you know, these are the technology-based solutions and relatively high technology maturity, a large removal potential, easy measurement of removal, together with long CO2 fixation period. But as you see, we have a wide range of options for CDR. The policy options for CDR. Sorry for this is a busy slide, but the busy slide means we have a wide variety of potential policies to facilitate CDR. Number one, CFD, Contract for Difference. This was, as you know, introduced by UK government for hydrogen. It could be used for CDR as well. The second and the third is the government procurement of CDR credit. Number four, tax credit, and number five, fiscal support for CapEx and demonstration. As you see, in the typical example is US IRA. Number six, research and development support. I think many countries and regions are doing this already. Japan is the case, EU, US are all supporting research and development. ETS, European Union is now considering to acknowledge CDR in EU ETS. And lastly, number eight, this is kind of mandate, allocation of obligatory purchase. The government may oblige higher emission sectors to purchase CDR credit. And in fact, the state of California, the United States, is now considering these particular policy options. This is my last slide to explain to what extent the government are expecting with regard to CDR. As you see in the column of total, at the end of the day, at the timing where carbon neutrality is achieved, 10 to 20% of the current emissions will remain, and that has to be offset by CDR. So the government and the regions, European Union, their expectation for CDR is quite significant. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Toshiyuki-san, for providing this deep dive into the current trends and issues in financing and technology deployment. Next, we move into perspectives from three esteemed panelists. And the first one is a virtual presentation by Yumiko Hata, the Director of Carbon Management Division in the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, who will provide the policy perspective.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction. My name is Hata Yumiko from METI, Japan. So I would like to start the Japan's carbon management policy. So to start with the presentation, I would like to share Japan's move towards the carbon neutrality, green transformation. We call it GX. Japan's Diet passed GX Promotion Act this year and committed to provide massive support of 20 trillion yen over 10 years. Along with that, the government will introduce carbon pricing, which will be incentives for GX investment. We will also introduce ETS for high emission industry from fiscal 2026 and carbon levy for fossil fuel importers from 2028. Utilizing 2 trillion yen, $153 billion of GX bond resource, we will support various activities of green transformational businesses, such as hydrogen, ammonia, as well as CCS for hard-to-abate sectors and carbon recycling fuels and CCU to further invite private investment. Regarding CCS, METI published CCS long-term roadmap in March this year. To secure stable energy supply and green transition, we are aiming to start CCS business by 2030 with around carbon dioxide storage capacity of 6 to 12 million tons per annum. To realize that, METI started advanced CCS program projects, selecting 5 domestic CCS projects and 2 overseas ones, and supporting them. Furthermore, we are now undergoing the legal discussions to secure the right of business of CCS and set obligation to them for further business predictability. Hopefully, we'd like to submit CCS business bill to the Diet in the next year. We believe Japan is one of the countries which has various technologies for CO2 value chain for more value creation and extending our discussion to Asian-wide. And we established the Asia CCUS network, international industry, academia, government platform in 2021. It aims to share knowledge and develop a business environment for CCUS utilization throughout Asia. In addition to CCS, we also promote utilizing CO2 carbon dioxide as a resource to produce various products such as fuels, chemicals, and cements, and so on. METI published carbon recycling roadmap in June this year, identifying necessary technologies to promote R&Ds in this area. Japan's business enterprises are seeking suitable places in a worldwide to make some e-fuels or carbon recycling products, and we will also support those move in CCU and CCS for further GX. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hata Yumiko, for this great presentation on Japan's activities and particularly diving into the carbon management technology roadmap of Japan. So next, we will hear from Neil Brown, the Managing Director of KRR Global Institute, to give us the business perspective.
Sure. Well, thank you. Thanks for the invitation, both from CAPSARC and IEJ, both two real leaders, not just in their countries, but globally. And okay, sorry, apologies. I was just saying nice things about IEJ and CAPSARC, which I won't repeat because I'll be embarrassed. But thanks for having me, and to the prior panelists, really excellent presentations. You sort of took all my talking points, Fatih, but maybe just to, many of you I know are not in the finance industry, so just one line on KKR. We're one of the leading global investors in alternative markets, so primarily private credit, private equity. So we manage about $550 billion around the world. And we have quite big businesses here in the Middle East and Japan and of course elsewhere. So I'm going to really kind of reflect that perspective of an investor who owns companies and owns companies at scale. And the reason I say that is that I think that it's helpful to take a step back at the need and really the opportunity. As an investor, this is a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity every year, right? An incremental investment that's required across the energy transition and wider climate sector. And unlike other economic transformations that have happened, like digitization, this transformation is extremely CapEx heavy, right? You need to build stuff to be able to create green electrons, green molecules, green bytes, green widgets. That means that the capital requirements, I think as Fatih rightly said, must involve the private sector. And I would congratulate our hosts here at in the UAE for emphasizing that as part of their presidency. But as we look at that need, and the COP has done the global stock take, the first one, you sort of see two big gaps. One is in emerging markets, basically capital availability to help countries avoid going down the path that my own country and other industrialized countries have gone. And then second is scaled decarbonization, which is primarily in the industrialized economies, and then the more advanced emerging economies, such as India and China, that have large industries. And so to do that second part, you must address the hard-to-abate sectors, right? But how do you do that, right? This has to be everything has to be at scale, right? So I don't want to overlook the need for R&D in early stage companies, as we heard, but to really get the world on track to the Paris Agreement, you need to be scaling today, right? You need to be doing that in a few ways. One is mass deployment of existing technologies. So technologies like batteries for grid storage that we know work. We know the commercial model is basically there, and now it's a pure scaling play. Second, you need to scale newer technologies. A number of the hard-to-abate technologies, technologies to solve the hard-to-abate sectors, technologies that have been de-risked. We know the science works, but now we need to really get them moving at commercial scale on a global basis. And then the third, and this is the trickiest part, is we have to transition existing assets. Call it what you want, brown to green, whatever it is. But this is tricky for finance. A lot of investors won't go into this for various reasons we can discuss, but it's necessary because it would be an absurd statement to think that we're going to just completely rebuild the capital stock of all of the hard-to-abate sectors, let alone a lot of the power generation around the world. So far, in the hard-to-abate sectors for financing, there have been two main sources. One is government in forms of subsidy, in forms of grants. This is earlier stage demonstration, R&D, et cetera. And then the second, when you're getting to scale, it's been corporate balance sheets. And that makes sense because they can take a lot more risk and they can see it as a strategic investment. But the problem is both of those pools of capital are constrained. This was the point that Fatih was making. You have to bring in the trillions of dollars sitting in companies like mine, and then as we de-risk those investments, then you pull in the even bigger sums of money that are sitting in pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, et cetera, that have a lower risk appetite. Private capital, such as we provide, I think is going to play a very critical role in this process because you're creating a new asset class. And why do I think that we have to really step up here? One is that private capital can be patient. This is new stuff. We have to develop projects. It takes time. If you're a public company, you don't necessarily have time because you have to hit your quarterly dividend disbursements. Your shareholders, they may say they want a green transition, but they really want their dividends. That's one. Two is that you have to build the projects. And I'm not talking physically build the projects. I'm talking you have to mesh together stakeholders on the technology side, on the offtake side, the purchasers, on the production side, on the capital side, both on the equity and the debt, and create these new models to be able to scale because they don't exist today. And then the third is the flexibility that private capital can bring to the table for these transition assets. There are a number of, there's a tremendous amount of ESG pressure on financial companies, on corporates, that can really limit their ability to take a brown asset, whether that's an existing steel facility or it's a power generation facility, and invest the necessary capital to transition it. That's a big problem. Private capital has much more flexibility because our LP base, our investor base, knows from the beginning what we're going to do and can hold us accountable. Let me end this intervention with one comment. So all of that, well, I hope it sounds good. Maybe it doesn't. But I hope it's interesting. The challenge is that if you look at the capital stack today, where there's capital accumulation for these kinds of investments, there's a big gap. There's a lot of capital available at the early stage. So venture, growth, relatively small investments. Very expensive capital, but they're taking on technology risk. At the other end of the spectrum, and this was a point made earlier, there's almost unlimited capital available for mature renewables, right? Totally de-risked, everybody knows how it works, everybody wants to own it, and a huge amount of preference then for those kinds of investments. But in the middle, for scaling these technologies for the hard-to-abate sectors, there's a real lack of capital accumulation. And that's when I said that we have to create a new asset class. That's what I'm talking about. We have to be able to deploy hundreds of millions, even over $1 billion in equity per company, per project, to be able to actually meet those needs for this CapEx-heavy energy transition.
Thank you very much, Neil, for this wonderful reality check, particularly on the bankability, scalability of these hard-to-abate technologies. Last but not least, we hear from Manish Kumar Shrivastava, the Senior Fellow at the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, who will provide the perspective of the industry.
Thank you, Noura. This is a very fascinating discussion, and I'm sure a lot of information. But what I'm going to, well, a lot of what I wanted to say, I would have otherwise said, has already been said. So I would probably make just one point, and that I speak from the perspective of India primarily, but I'm sure this is true for majority of the developing countries. We have heard that the hard-to-abate sector is really hard to abate. There are technological challenges, and then there is a problem of financial flows. There is a kind of a gap in regulatory or institutional support mechanisms, and so on. But what I want to add another layer from a developing country perspective to the challenges, which I call the paradox of scale. Now, we need finance at significantly large scale that in hard-to-abate sector. As Neil said, this is a very capex-heavy sector. Now, when it comes to financing at large scale in developing countries, it faces even more difficult challenges than what is faced in developed countries, primarily because there is a higher risk premium. There is a cost of fluctuation in exchange rates. That makes the project developers very vary in terms of the overall cost, capital cost, processing cost. Now, through negotiations and other processes, even if there is concessional finance available, which it is not certainly in hard-to-abate sector, and particularly the technologies that we are talking about, the sheer scale of initial capital investment required increases the total absolute cost of capital. And that is such an important aspect that many of us and literature generally overlooks, that it is not just the rate of interest or risk premium that you pay, but the sheer absolute cost of processing can be very prohibitive. Now, that's the general understanding, but what I want to highlight here is that if we look at the structure of these industries in developing countries, and particularly in India, you have large players which are comparable to producers in developed countries, in steel and cement particularly, but you also have a mind-boggling number of smaller producers. So you have the scale paradox at two levels, that you have these technologies, if the cost would come down, they would come down. That's what traditional economic theory tells us, that if the scale of deployment is high, then cost would come down, market would mature, and so on and so forth. But here, we also have to bring down the scale of deployment and the technologies that are suitable at a smaller scale. In the small scale sector, just to give you an idea, in the steel sector, the average size of a producer is 0.1 million ton per year. Now, how will you deploy carbon capture or even green hydrogen at that scale? That is going to be absolutely prohibitive for them. And remember, almost 50% of steel production comes from these players in India. These are not going to be your target buyers or agents who would be looking up to, like, okay, in 10, 15 years' time, the carbon capture or green hydrogen would become viable, because they are not going to be viable for them unless and until you develop new technological solutions for them, unless and until a huge amount of R&D budgets are put in for what we call the miniaturization of technologies. That is really not on the agenda at this point, because we looked at the operational number of projects. That's a very, very far away. Now, so that structural composition of sectors in developing countries, where you have very small scales to very large scale, poses this paradox of scale, that you have to think about technology as well as financial products, financial mechanisms in both directions. Those that work for large players and those that work for smaller players. That really complicates matters for the kind of policy support, policy environment, regulatory recommendations that we expect from national governments. it is going to be a really Herculean task for national governments to think about managing these many diversities in the sector. We had that experience with energy efficiency scheme for the 8 industry sector in India, and then we learned that industrial sector in general is hard to abate sector in India. It's not the ones that come to mind, transport industry, transport, steel, cement, textile, but even other sectors are hard to abate from the policy perspective. Reason being that the technological diversity and the diversity of scale at which they operate, even target setting becomes very difficult. You have to engage with such a large number of stakeholders to come up with a policy which is equitable, which is pragmatic, which does not distort the market. And mind you, the markets in developing countries are already reasonably fragmented. So the context is very, very challenging. This is the layer that I wanted to introduce over and above, or maybe below what we have heard so far, and probably we'll discuss more later on. Yeah, just one more thing on finance. There is one company in India, I think it's Dalmia Cement, with ADB's support, they have prepared, they are willing to invest in a CCU project, right? But there is nobody willing to finance it. So even if there is willingness by a large player in in developing countries, the international financial markets is not ready to invest, even at the scale, even when the balance sheets are super, So that's the perception of risk is something will need to be dealt with before we even think about any significant deployment of technologies like CCU or CCS. Hydrogen may be a different story, but I'll keep that for the next round if there is a possibility.
Thank you very much, Manish, for this very insightful intervention, highlighting the industrial challenges as well as the risk aversion of the hard-to-abate sectors, particularly in the Global South. So I'd like to kickstart the discussion, and we'll have a round of questions, and I'd like to get to the audience to take some questions from the floor. Fateh, if I may start with you, you highlighted the private sector, the role of the private sector in investing in the hard-to-abate sectors. So how can private sector investment reduce costs and promote the widespread adoption of these hard-to-abate technologies, particularly regarding when it becomes the primary source of financing and accelerating implementation?
Thank you, Noura, for the question. That's, I guess, not $1 million, but $1 billion question. From my experience so far, both on the written literature and talking to industry people, this is kind of the picture that I see. So when you talk to corporates, either financial or non-financial, everybody talks about offtake agreements, state guarantees, subsidies. We're happy to invest, we're happy to finance, unless we see these guarantees or supports from the state. And governments are in this very tough situation where they have promises, NDCs, they have to move the country forward, live up to the promises, but at the same time, they don't want to destroy their economy, obviously. They want to do it a reasonable transition. So answer to your question is not actually one side. Firms alone is not only firms to really do the job. It's basically some sort of a mix across these three players: financial firms, non-financial firms, basically corporates, as well as the government policy. Some mix, some blending of all these, I guess, can solve the problem, de-risk. So in order finance costs to go down, what do we need? We need definitely de-risking the projects. We need a business model, as well as we need some sort of stability into the place. So how is this going to happen? From the firm's perspective, I'm talking about non-financial firms. They definitely have to have a very clear sustainability transition strategy where they have, if they are using CCUS in that, they have to be extremely clear about it, technical details. I was, some time ago, I was involved in some indirect talks between a major rating company and an entity where simply the major rating entity was specifically asking about the technical details. How are you going to do the impact? So if firms or non-financial firms can be very clear about their strategy with these technologies and be transparent about it, I think they can get some work done. Is that enough? Of course not. They have to be definitely innovative. They have to bring that private sector dynamism into the game. They have to definitely not only think about R&D, they also have to, as Neil earlier pointed out, they have to be thinking about the business models, basically productization. On the financial side, I'm very sorry, Neil, if you want to object to it, you're more than welcome. They want to play this extremely safe. I do understand they have responsibilities to their stakeholders, whatnot, but they are missing, I think, a very big part of the picture. There is already a huge asset size belonging to hard debate sectors sitting on the assets or balance sheets of these financial institutions. Maybe right now there is not a direct regulation forcing them to do something about it, but ECB, for instance, European Central Bank, have been talking about it, putting some cap on hard debate sector exposure. If certain regulation hits the financial sector, they're going to have to do something about it. So when you talk to them, the plan is pretty straightforward. We're going to go by offsets. Or right now, if you look at the carbon markets, financial players are the biggest buyers, thinking that they're going to utilize all that to decarbonize their portfolio. But maybe CCUS, maybe supporting CCUS projects can be an alternative strategy to decarbonize their portfolio, right? You have an exposure to this huge steel company. Why not to help him out to deploy the CCUS, decarbonize the company, and decarbonize your portfolio as well? At the same time, everybody is happy. Last point, governments. Governments definitely have to be there. There has been, throughout the economic history, we have so many market failures where government policy stepped in to fix things out. There is a market failure here, and government policy can definitely do something about it. We have policies like credit guarantees, has been used several times during the COVID, before the COVID, could be part of the game. So where is the solution is basically a blending of all these at the same time.
Thank you very much, Fateh. So we heard about de-risking, business models, and government policies and regulations. Toshiyuki-san, if I can bring you in the discussion here, at the heart of investments and investment decisions is the technology readiness, technology maturity. So in the realm of technology readiness levels, how do various sectors contribute to technology advancement across its stages, research, development, demonstration, and deployment, as well as adoption?
Thank you for that question. In my presentation, I introduced two different sets of technology. The one is technology for steel and cement. The other is technology for CDR. The first case, steel technology, the cement technologies, obviously they need to develop these technologies by themselves. But the government support is essential. As Hata-san mentioned in her remarks, Japanese government is preparing a 20 trillion Japanese yen support for the next 10 years as part of GX initiative. 20 trillion Japanese yen is 140 billion US dollars. This is a bit smaller than US IRA, which is $369 billion. But if you compare the GDP, US and Japan, in the GDP-wise, our 20 trillion Japanese yen support is even bigger than US IRA. So I do believe that a significant amount of government support will be used for technology development, steel industry, and the cement industry. And then it will cover initial deployment because it would cover next 10 years. If they successfully develop technologies, that will lead to their enhanced industrial competitiveness. Now, in fact, in allocating 20 trillion Japanese yen, there are two important conditions the Japanese government imposed. That is, first, emission reduction, obviously. The second is expected industrial competitiveness increase, enhancement. So if steel industry successfully develop low carbon technologies in steel industry, then that would be competitive in the global market, in particular EU, where CBAM is introduced. And then that will create virtuous cycle leading to more production, leading to more deployment of new technologies. And secondly, the technology for CDR. As I said, the technology maturity level for technology-based solutions, DACs and BECs, are rather high. I just would like to mention as an example, first mover coalition. As you may know, this initiative was established by US government initiative as well as World Economic Forum in the margin of COP26. The idea is to facilitate the low carbon product, steel, cement, etc., through public sector's purchasing power. And CDR is part of that. Many companies under FMC, First Mover Coalition, committed to CDR, to contract CDR credit by 50,000 tons by 2030, or a contract $20 million CDR purchase by 2030. And in fact, one of the Japanese major maritime shipping company committed to this CDR commitment under FMC. Maritime industry is one of the hard-to-abate sectors, so they are now expecting the CDR credit would be necessary in the future. Therefore, they have joined the commitment under FMC of CDR.
Thank you very much, Toshiyuki-san, on this great insights from the technologies and policies of the industrial sectors, but also the CDR technologies. Hata-san, if you can hear us, and if I can bring you into the discussion. Can you hear us, Hata-san?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So if we can highlight the CCS technology roadmap of Japan, and if you can tell us what policies and regulations are required to accelerate the deployment of CCS.
Thank you for your great question. And we published CCS long-term roadmap in this March. And in that roadmap, we have identified specific actions, 3 specific actions. The first one is government support for CCS business. So to realize the sound economies for CCS businesses, we think it takes time because, as I said, Japan's GX law and carbon pricing is just starting from 2026. So if we aim to start a CCS business from 2030, we need to make CCS economics to support the CCS business as well as the emitters and related businesses. And in that terms, we will benchmarking the various countries' CCS supportive measures and legislations, and we will discuss and create the supportive measures before the 2026, when the many companies to make FIDs to start the 2030 the CCS business. And second action is effort to reduce the CCS cost. So to reduce the cost of CCS, we will further make the projects of CCS as well as promote the R&D measures and projects, such as carbon captures and transportation by ship, which is crucial for our CCS business. And third action is gaining the public understanding for CCS. And I think it's the most important point for Japan. And in Japan, in that public understanding, we have very good practice previous CCS projects in Hokkaido, the northern land of Japan. So at the Hokkaido, there is a small CCS demonstration site named Tomakomai, and CO2, carbon dioxide injection, was accomplished with a volume of 0.3 million tons. And in that CCS site, it is very close to the dense people's living areas, the city center. And in the very first stage, people are very much anxiety for the CCS injection into the deep under the ground. But gradually making the transparency for the data acquired by the CCS operation, people gradually understand what CCS is and how to ensure the safety of the CCS operation. At that time, big earthquake was hit to the Hokkaido land during the CCS operation is undergoing. But right after that, the scientists examined the relationship of the big earthquake and CCS operation. So, and their analysis showed there is no relationship between the big earthquake. I mean, the big earthquake didn't induce any damage to the CCS site, nor CCS operation didn't induce the big earthquake in Hokkaido. In that kind of activities, slowly we got the understanding from the citizens of Hokkaido. But at this point of time, we are aiming to have more CCS projects in Japan, and not only in Hokkaido, but also in the various areas in Japan. So I think the people's understanding is crucial to further promote the CCS business in Japan. And lastly, as I said, we are now examining the possible legal frameworks to CCS, and which is also crucial for CCS business to give the business predictability in terms of rights and obligation in the long-term operation of the CCS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hata-san, for providing this overview and summary of the CCS technology roadmap of Japan, highlighting the main takeaways, including government policies and regulation, carbon pricing, and public perception. And Neil, if I can turn to you, Hata-san mentioned carbon pricing. Is that a prerequisite for investment? What role do you see for private finance to accelerate deployment in that area?
Am I close enough? Okay, good. Okay, so carbon pricing. Actually, if I could actually just want to respond.
But also the role of the private sector.
Sure,
yeah.
sure. I just want to actually respond to Fatih's comments, which I thought were really good. But there were two things that you said that I think maybe are worth responding to. One is that you made a comment that finance wants very safe investments. I love safe investments, but I think it's more accurate to say that we're looking for the right risk return, so we have challenges in, are we? This was a point Manish made, which is, are we pricing the risk correctly? Which I think is a very legitimate question. But the key to I think really unlocking private capital, and this is to your point or to your question, is you have to identify the categories of risk. You need to figure out, one, who is best positioned to take that risk. So if it's a technological risk, we as a financial player are not well positioned to take it. If it's a FX risk, that's tough, right? Because you need to rely on hedging markets to take that, and there are a lot of countries around the world that you can't do it. You can do it in Japan. You can sort of do it in India. It's pretty expensive, but there are lots of countries like Brazil, for example. Yes, you can hedge the real, but it's extraordinarily expensive. That basically makes it prohibitive to do these kinds of investments. So one, you got to allocate the risk, and then within that allocation, you then have to mitigate it and see if you can get to an attractive price. So that's one. You also said that for the financial institutions, and you're really talking about banks mostly, that they already have a lot of hard to abate assets on their balance sheets, and they need to be encouraged to invest in them to clean them up, right? And that could come in various forms. It could come from like an SEC, in the US case, an SEC regulation or other bank regulation. Though I don't disagree with you, but I want to give one caution, which is that those regulations tend to push towards divestment rather than reinvestment to clean it up. And that is not a solution, right? It is not a solution if, name the bank decides, you know what, I'm just going to sell off this, if it's the power sector, this coal asset, or this cement company, rather than engage with the company to get it to clean up. Now, I know you weren't advocating for that, but we have to really be careful when we talk about policy of some of the unintended consequences.
Thank you, Neil, for highlighting these challenges and particularly bringing in the discussion around risk aversion. And I believe it's related to the maturity of the technology. And if I can bring you to the discussion, Manish, and give you an opportunity to delve deeper into the unique challenges that you talked about in India for overcoming the limitations of advancing the technology levels of CCUS and hydrogen in particular.
Thank you. I think the question of technology should always be seen as a system and combination of technologies. So to talk about one specific technology, in my view, is not always right approach. Similarly, we say that to put combine all the risks perhaps is not a good approach for the risk and return assessments. We need to break down risks. We also need to break down hard to abate sectors into different technological opportunities that exist. Now, if we look at the landscape of technologies, say in both the steel and cement sectors, there are certain technologies that are at the TRL 9 level. There are, of course, technologies that are at level 2, 3, 4, 5. There are very few that are in between 6, 7, 8. Now, the experience is that even the technologies that are at TRL 9 level, their penetration is very low. So one has to think about first why the penetration of commercially mature technologies is low, because unless and until that happens, that actually is an indication of the how imperfect information diffusion is, how there are gaps in the market ecosystem for technological transformation or say greening of a sector type of goal. There are issues of transaction costs which do not encourage many of the players to take up projects. One experience I would share with you, we have been trying to set up a expert group of industry and financial institutions together to figure out whether they understand each other's issues in India's industry sector. And in one meeting, the industry representative kept on saying that, well, there are these type of risks nobody is willing to take up. There were financial players in the same room. They kept saying, no, we want to take that risk, but he was so convinced by the previous experiences that it is not. So even that conversation is very difficult in developing countries, because your engagement have been with select players on a project by project basis. So you are not aware how the ecosystem itself has been evolving over the years. So I think, as I had said, that the technologies are not ready for developing country market in hard-to-abate sectors, but the financial market is not ready, and the industry is also not ready. And a good part of that is because of prevailing imperfections in terms of information access in the market. So I think that's the biggest challenge to begin with. But strategically, my approach would be that first let's focus on the TRL 9-8 technologies, so that the balance sheet of these players also improves significantly, and that would perhaps make the financiers more willing to invest in these companies.
Thank you very much, Manish, for highlighting the unique challenges of the developing countries in managing technology maturity, but also presenting some opportunities, like bringing them to the same table, the industry representative, the government representative, and trying to manage advancing the deployment and maturity of the technology. So we have 10 minutes left, and I'd like to open the floor for questions. When we have one in the back, please.
Hi, thank you for a very interesting discussion. I found the slides of one of the speakers very striking, which showed the projected level of investments in CCUS and hydrogen versus the actuals. And I just wonder that, there's a lot of discussion around investors and their familiarity with particular sectors, particularly decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors, but typically investors are receiving a wide variety of inputs and a lot of information. They're probably some of the most well-informed people for their sectors. So I wonder if the investor reluctance to invest in things like CCUS and hydrogen is sort of foreseeing the lack of feasibility of these technologies themselves. Does it tell us something about the fact that these technologies have heavy limitations and won't work beyond a point? I'm just looking for some candid opinions on this, because as far as I understand it, investors usually know what they're doing and operate with a lot of information. So if they're not investing in particular sectors, should we have some takeaways from that? So just would like to hear the opinion of the panel.
Thank you for this important question. I turn to you, Fateh, and maybe Neil, if you want to add something.
Sure. I think that was my slide. And the big bars were coming from IEA projections or scenarios, and the tiny bars were coming from the Bloomberg database on energy transition investment, which is a quite decent investment data source tracking the investment flows. So I suppose they are correct. Maybe I and Neil has different opinions on this. I'm coming from a central bank background. That usually central bankers don't have good relations with the industry because they tend to be the regulators. So with that note, I don't particularly think that investors always have good approach, because obviously their objective is to maximize dividends and not necessarily whatever is best for the society. And if they don't see the means and resources and the risk return, quote unquote, acceptable risk return levels, they simply don't invest. Where the objectives of governments or more like the energy transition is actually maximizing the impact. That's the whole point of ESG. not maximizing only the risk-adjusted return. So they're quite low, definitely, because most investor perspective today is really following the kind of the old or traditional approach, risk-return maximization, where the new approach, with ESG and all that sustainable finance, is moving towards impact, creating impact, basically. Hopefully, if we can get investors' mentality moving towards the sustainable finance approach, then we can probably see a little increase in the numbers. Thank you.
Thanks, Fateh. Neil, would you like to weigh in?
Sure. Well, I would like to thank the questioner for the vote of confidence. I hate to burst your bubble a little bit that nobody has perfect information. We hope we have good information and make good decisions. But no one is perfect, not even finance. Let me just say one thing, which is, I don't think that the point of ESG is social impact. I think that the point of ESG is to focus on materiality that is along the environmental social governance lines, or just sustainability more generally, and to make better investment decisions. And our experience has been that there actually isn't a trade-off between being a responsible investor in sustainability and returns. In fact, if you do sustainability right, companies perform better. Right? This is different than probably some of the stuff you're thinking about, some of the analysis of ESG ETFs and other mutual funds that have underperformed. This is a difference, I think, between those public market indices and private investors, where if you control a company or you're a very large shareholder, then you can dictate outcomes. You can at least dictate the decisions made to try to reach those outcomes. But on this, the question, I wouldn't take the fact that there's lack of investment as a condemnation of the underlying technologies at all. I think that it can be related to a lot of things. It can be lack of imagination. It can be lack of interest in certain countries, et cetera, et cetera. But I think particularly within the CCUS and hydrogen space, there are a few kind of real substantive issues that have to be dealt with. Well, one is technology. I mean, there is still a range of technologies within both of those spaces, but let's focus on the technologies that are really scientifically de-risked. We know they work. So let's just take that as table stakes. One is a lot of these projects don't have a commercial case. They're just not a good business yet, and they're not a good business because they're not getting paid for doing the actual process that the technologies aim to do. So if it's CCUS, you're not paid for capturing, utilizing, or sequestering the carbon. And so there's we've heard some of the policies here on that and to overcome it, but you have to be able to, you have to make it a going concern. That's one. And two is infrastructure, right? You have to be able to transport your CO2 or your hydrogen. That takes a lot of permitting. Three, you have to have a whole ecosystem. Single projects don't tend to work. You want a whole ecosystem, including labor. And so there are a number of other issues, but point being, you have to look at the whole range of issues when you're making the investment decision.
Thank you very much, Neil. And as the event draws to a close, I'd like to thank the organizers, the speakers, and the participants for an enriching discussion. It is evident that the path to decarbonizing the hard-to-abate sectors is fraught with challenges, but it is also ripe with opportunities. Thank you all very much.
everyone. Thank you very much for joining us in this event where we are going to be discussing long-term low-emission development strategies and how they can help to drive ambition, which is what we are really here for. Today, we're going to be looking at how many countries are advancing on the process of answering this question on how do we deliver on the objectives of the Paris Agreement. And as we know by science, that means collectively. How do we get to net zero emissions by 2050? But as we see later as well, this implies deep considerations on resilience, as well socioeconomic considerations, and as well, how do we actually align broader finance flows to this conversation. So this entitles a national process that we really hope is going to more and more result in informing short-term action, including NDCs. So today, we're actually going to have a few speakers that are going to share with us more details on how countries are advancing in this process, where are we, and what there may be solutions to continue to move forward. So to start the event today, I will really invite to set the presentations on the results of the LT-led synthesis report from 2023 of the UNFCCC Secretariat. Juhi, I would like to please invite you to take the floor to share with us some of the stock takes of that presentation from the UNFCCC. Let me just see if we can click forward. That was me. And here you are. So please come here.
Thanks, Marcella. It is a bit late in the day, but I think this is a very important topic for us to be discussing. From our side, as we move into this important year with the new ETF kicking in, and now with the 2025 cycle of NDCs coming up, it's important for us to look at countries having this long-term vision, which is encapsulated in the LT-LEDs. So again, okay, let me see the clicker. Okay, yeah. So just to introduce myself, I'm Juhi Bansal. I'm the NDC and LT-led specialist for Asia and the Pacific, working out of the Regional Collaboration Center based in Bangkok. So I'm just going to go over the basics really quickly, just for those of us who are looking at LT-LEDs as a whole. And we know that the Paris Agreement invites parties to prepare these documents, but the bigger thing for us is that these are long-term vision goals. So they look at mid-century modeling or, just maybe a few years after those, but they're not mandatory, which is the most important part. But we do believe that they're key tools in looking at climate action and how the short-term goals, which are the NDCs, can be shaped around them. This is more of the Paris Agreement. We look at 4.19, which says that all parties should strive to formulate and communicate these strategies. And it invites parties to communicate by 2020 to the Secretariat the LT-LEDs documents. And the Secretariat would, of course, publish these online. As of 25th September 2023, we have 68 LT-LEDs that represent 75 parties to the Paris Agreement. And these have been published on our website as well. And parties that have not yet done so should communicate LT-LEDs towards just transitions to net zero emissions by or around mid-century. So these are the CMA decisions. And that the LT-LEDs should be in line with the best available science. And the most important thing for us here is looking at the alignment of the NDCs and LT-LEDs, because indeed, as I said, these are short-term goals with a long-term vision. For us, the main points that we look at is that neither of these are mandatory requirements, and they're not an element of negotiations or the enhanced transparency framework. They're also not expected to be set in stone. They are living documents which have to be updated with the best science that may be available at the time, and for countries to continually improve based on their capacities available to improve these documents. For us, we look at them as critical domestic policy tools, and we look at translating the long-term character of the Paris Agreement, especially in domestic policy making. And in my experience with the countries in Asia Pacific, we're also seeing how these documents have helped unlock finance domestically. It's also helped, the subnational action gear up towards a certain goal. So the minute the national government announces these big long-term plans, we see that subnational actions already start happening geared towards these goals. So it is a very important domestic policy that can come into place. And they help provide direction to the NDCs. They help become these small stepping stones that can align these, the vision. It also helps the different governments coordinate because as we see that the NDCs are very often couched in the environment and climate change departments, we see that they are housed in something that is owned by those. But the LTLEDs helps bring together the different departments of the energy department, the transport, the waste, the urban planning. And with that vision, again, subnational action can be driven and owned more directly by each of these divisions and departments as well. And like I said, they help unlock investment because it's also the private sector that can look at these as a vision and as a commitment from the country that it's stepping into a certain direction. And knowing that then it would be that climate in that country, they can look at where to invest and what areas would be supported by that vision of that country. And they therefore provide a level of certainty and direction to those foreign investors as well. Now for me, from the synthesis report, this is really key for us. It was communicated in November this year. And since the last report from last year, we've seen 19 new or updated LTLEDs have been communicated to the Secretariat. And now, today, the LTLEDs cover in total 77% of the global GHG emissions, which are actually 81% if 19 NDCs with their long-term mitigation visions, strategies, and targets are also included, because they're not technically LTLEDs, but they function in the same manner. So it's 81% of GHG emissions, and that's already a very, very positive sign. So if we look at this, it's covering this much GHG emissions, but also you can see it covers about 91% of the GDP. They cover 74% of the global population, about 82% of total energy consumption, 95% of coal, 76% of oil, and about 80% of natural gas. So if these LTLEDs are already covering a significant portion of the fossil fuels. We have seen as a positive sign that all the LTLEDs that have been submitted, they do have a clear development perspective. They've integrated these climate change aspects with the visions, priorities, and principles, as well as socioeconomic objectives and aspects. So we're seeing that 49% of LTLEDs have close linkages with national development plans, and 63% of LTLEDs have explicit linkages to SDGs. And this is important that we try to see that LTLEDs are moving away from a purely mitigation objective to having a whole of economy cross-sectoral approach. And that's very key because we're starting to see domestic priorities and prerogatives being reflected in beyond just mitigation terms. And while they cover those emission factors, they also look at the fact that they want to reduce poverty and, for example, cover gender. We've seen that 81% of LTLEDs underline commitment to just transition and related elements, which is important when we look at livelihoods, we look at investment, and we look at training and education. And these are especially crucial when we look at capacities in different countries. So since these LTLEDs already articulate that vision, we're seeing countries move towards that holistic picture. We're also seeing that assessment by parties have a positive impact on GDP and employment. So we've seen that 43% of LEDs include impact assessment on GDP and 37% on employment. We've seen that 97% of LTLEDs include adaptation-related information, which is also important because indeed as we are moving to reduce emissions, we're also seeing that climate change impacts are already being felt across the world, and we do need to adapt to those impacts. And we're seeing that there have been assessments of climate hazards and risks. There have been vulnerability assessments, impacts on priority sectors, policies, actions, and co-benefits that arise from the mitigation actions also being reflected in these long-term strategies. So now moving on to the mitigation goal and NDC alignment and update. The 93% of the LTLEDs have quantified long-term mitigation goal, and 7% of LTLEDs have described policies and actions without a quantifiable goal. So this is already a very positive aspect for us as well to see that there is a defined target to which countries are moving, and it can be clearly measured, and it can be clearly checked against in terms of improvement or in terms of deterioration. So countries, when they put this number, it's easy to see where we have to move towards. Long-term mitigation goals in 56% of these LTLEDs are looking at net zero GHG emissions. 4% are looking at net zero CO2 emissions. 22% are unclear, and 18% do not have a goal related to net zero emissions. So that is also an aspect that we need to consider when we look at these long-term strategies. We've seen that 41% of long-term strategies indicate that the long-term strategy documents will guide the development and ambition of subsequent NDCs, which is a very important factor to consider when we're looking at implementation of the Paris Agreement, which has this ratchet up ambition and cycle and the process integrated and embedded within it, because only when the NDCs are aligned to these LTLEDs will that progress be seen. Because as I said, like the LTLEDs are not mandatory, whereas the NDCs are. So if there's a vision, but the NDCs are aligned, we move towards that goal. 10% of the LTLEDs have mentioned the party's latest NDCs are already aligned. 18% describe a scenario with deeper emission reduction than the current NDCs, which is also a positive sign for us to note. Unfortunately, on the other hand, 47% of the LTLEDs do not provide information on how the strategy relates to the NDCs. So that is a gap that we're aiming to fill. We're looking at bridging this alignment gap between the NDCs and LTLEDs. And it also, for us, needs to be noted that out of the 47%, the EU member states account for 29% of that gap between the NDCs and LTLEDs. So it's not necessarily only the developing world or the less developed world that is accounting for that gap. 74% of LTLEDs have reported the intention of parties to regularly update the LTLEDs, which goes back to the fact that the LTLEDs are a living document, that we need to continue updating it as new science comes in, as we look at improving countries' capacities, as we develop new tools and technologies. It does need to increase that ambition, and it's good to see that parties themselves want to update this LTLEDs, and 34% indicated that they would update it every 5 years. This is, of course, a lot of nitty-gritty data, but it's important to note this as well, because from the synthesis report, we've seen that all LTLEDs have reported mitigation options on energy supply, transport, buildings, and almost all have done so on agriculture, LULUCF, industry, and waste. And you can see the percentages that are mentioned for renewable energy generation, electrification of road transport, energy-efficient modes of transport, and building energy efficiency. Also, the IPCC AR6 Working Group 3 identified mitigation options that could reduce global GHG emissions by at least half of the 2019 level, with a cost of USD 100 trillion, I think, with the CO2 equivalent or less. And most LTLEDs have mentioned several corresponding mitigation options. So it's also interesting to see that they are keeping the best available science in mind. And we're seeing a lot of them being mentioned in terms of cross-cutting with adaptation actions such as reforestation, afforestation, a lot of in terms of solid waste emission reduction, shift to public transport, and then a lot of renewable energy options as well. So this is where we try to do the analysis, that we're seeing that the total GHG emissions in 2050 of the parties that have communicated LTLEDs are estimated at 14.2 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, which is 60% lower than the 2019 level. And when combined with the parties that have not communicated LTLEDs but have the NDCs with that long-term vision, the estimate is 14.7 gigatons. So this gap still remains though. We see where the NDCs are, and we see the path in blue where we see likely below 2 degrees, and then the green one, which is 1.5. And the trajectory that we see that is being followed is based on conditional support. And a lot of these are conditional commitments that have come through. But the long-term vision can be improved if we can meet those commitments and we can provide that additional support that may be required. I think this would be my last slide, just to cover this, that we are looking at the parties that have LTLEDs in their, and their vision is aligned with the NDCs, with the aggregate reduction until 2030 under the NDCs is 5% compared to 2019, and the average emission reduction rate is 0.4% of parties' 2019 level. And we're seeing that historically the reductions are increasing. So the whole point of the LTLEDs is that we're looking to increase that ambition over time, with NDCs being those building blocks that help build that ambition. So I would just reiterate, I think as working in the Regional Collaboration Center for the UNFCCC, we are trying to encourage countries and work with them to help develop these long-term strategies, to build this ambition and help speed up this process of accelerating climate action to meet the Paris Agreement goals. Thanks, Marcella.
Well, thank you very much for this very insightful presentation on where we are in terms of long-term strategies. I think it's extremely valuable to see how they're already playing an important role in setting a direction of travel and signaling to so many actors across society on where the country's aspirations are going to. And definitely still this question on this gap that you mentioned, right? How do we still improve our capacity to inform the short-term action through this long-term planning? And as it was mentioned, long-term strategies really cover across sectors and multiple aspects of the transition. But of course, we know one of those key sectors is the energy sector, and that's where we're gonna be diving in now with the next presentation. So I would like to invite Thomas Spencer, Power Sector Modeler for the International Energy Agency. So he can help us to have a little bit of a deep dive into pathways to energy decarbonization. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Marcela. Good evening to everyone. There's not so many of us in the room, but let's think about it this way. It means that everyone's presence individually matters more. So thanks very much to the UNFCCC for the invitation, which we're very happy to accept as CIEA. So what I'm going to do is present some of the insights from our work on long-term decarbonization pathways for the energy sector. And let's not forget that this year is the year of the global stocktake. Negotiators are currently working hard on hopefully an ambitious outcome from that stocktake process. And I think it's very important for us to understand where the energy sector sits, not just at a level of emissions, but at a granular level in terms of sectors and technologies. So let's start, for example, with the sale of electric cars. In 2020, electric cars globally made up about 1 out of every 25 cars sold. This year, we estimate that it's going to be 1 out of 5. And that by 2030, electric cars will make up 50% of sales in the 3 largest markets in the world, United States, EU, and China. This means that by 2030, if we look at the stock of internal combustion engine cars on the road, this will have peaked and start to decline. So in our estimation, electric car sales are actually on track with our path to net zero emissions from the energy sector. This is annual capacity additions of solar PV. This year we're expecting about 350 gigawatts of solar PV to be added to the global electricity system. That's only slightly less than the total installed capacity from all sources of India, just to put that in perspective. We're estimating that this year we will add 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity, so a massive increase on last year. We estimate in our analysis that solar PV is actually running ahead of our pathway to net zero emissions. It's not all good news though. If we look at wind capacity additions have been growing, of course, but not growing fast enough to be on track with our pathway to net zero emissions by 2050. They've been held up by high costs of capital, delays in supply chains, problems accessing electricity grids, and so on. And if we look at carbon capture and storage, which is a technology that has been talked about a lot here, the fact is that if we look at new additions of carbon capture capacity to the global energy system, we added more carbon capture capacity between 2010 and 2015 than between 2015 and 2022. So instead of accelerating, the implementation of this technology has actually slowed down. So when we step back and look at the energy sector as a whole, what we see is a mixed picture. We see some parts of it moving forward very quickly. In fact, quickly enough to be on track with our 1.5 degrees pathway. Some parts that are not performing so well. So what do we need to do to put the energy sector on track for a pathway to 1.5 degrees? The first is to dramatically scale up clean energy investment. We estimate that in 2023, about $1.8 trillion will be invested in clean energy globally. This is across electricity generation, energy infrastructure, energy consumption in the transport, buildings, industry sector, and so on. To reach our net zero emissions by 2050 pathway, we would need to scale that up by about 2.5 times by 2030. This sounds like a lot, but when you consider that clean energy investment has grown 40% since 2020, it would essentially require us to maintain the growth rate that we've had in those 3 years for the rest of the decade to 2030. The key challenge for us is scaling up clean energy investment in emerging market and developing economies outside of China. And I'll say a few words about that. That very rapid growth in clean energy investment drives a very rapid scale up in the supply of clean energy. This is energy from renewable sources, from nuclear, and from fossil fuels with carbon capture and storage, but it is largely from renewable sources. In our pathway, that scale up of clean energy enables the orderly decline of global fossil fuel demand. In our pathway, fossil fuel demand is cut by 25% by 2030 and continues to decline after that. But it's important to get the direction of causality right. It is the scale up of clean energy investment, the scale up of clean energy supply, that enables this decline of fossil fuel demand. Of course, energy transition needs to take into account the, unfortunately, still large share of the global population that doesn't have access to modern forms of energy. Today, more than 750 million people don't have access to electricity, and more than 2.3 billion people don't have access to clean cooking. That's 1 out of every 3. So if you're sitting next to 2 people, there's 3 of you, 1 out of you would not have access to clean cooking fuels. That has terrible consequences for air pollution, for public health, for education of children, for women's health as well. In our pathway, we achieve full electrification by 2030 through the massive deployment, in particular, of transitional solutions like mini-grids and off-grid solutions, but then scaling up over time so that full connection to modern energy services and largely increased energy supplies can be achieved. We also need to remember that a global pathway to net zero emissions, as we describe in our analysis, needs to be equitable. So in our pathway, emissions reductions in advanced economies for this decade are about twice as fast as emission reductions in emerging market and developing economies. They also focus on slightly different things. We know that advanced economies consume on a per capita basis much more oil and gas. Their pathway in the near term focuses on reducing demand, in particular for oil and gas. On the other hand, emerging market and developing economies are responsible for nearly 80% of global coal demand. And so addressing coal in these economies is particularly critical. And of course, transport energy demand, buildings energy demand, industry energy demand will need to keep going up in these countries, and that means that reduction rates for coal, for gas and oil demand are slightly slower. But the critical message is we need to have a differentiated pathway. So finally, what does this all mean for COP this year? So the IEA has set out 5 pillars for a successful energy package here at COP. And these pillars are intimately connected. They need to go together. Only one of them will not be enough. The first one is tripling installed capacity of renewable energy. This has been a key part of the negotiations. Again, it looks like a challenging task, but when we break it down, essentially it requires maintaining the growth rate of capacity additions of renewable energy in the power sector that we've seen over the past decade for the rest of this decade. It's doing again what we have already done. The second key pillar is doubling the rate of energy intensity improvement from about 2% per year last year to about 4% per year by 2030. This is absolutely critical for cutting fossil fuel demand and keeping the scale up of clean energy to a manageable proportion. The third key pillar is to recognize the critical importance of reducing fossil fuel demand in order to reduce fossil fuel emissions. Our pathway, of course, makes use of carbon capture and storage technologies. The IEA is convinced that carbon capture and storage technologies are an important part of net zero energy systems, but in our view, there is no way to reduce fossil fuel emissions at the scale and speed needed without reducing fossil fuel demand. We also need to see a substantial cut in emissions from fossil fuel operations if we are to have any chance of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. Methane is a very powerful short-lived climate forcer, and it is critical to lowering the short-term peak warming. Just to put this into perspective, in our net zero pathway, if you look at the temperature reduction in 2050 between a business as usual pathway and our net zero pathway, CO2 only accounts for 60% of the reduction in temperature. It's non-CO2 gases that are critical to keeping peak warming low. Another critical aspect here is that without this non-CO2 warming, if we're to have any chance of reaching 1.5 degrees, CO2 reductions would need to be even faster. Okay? So there is a critical equity component also to reducing emissions of methane and other short-lived climate forces, and methane particular in the fossil fuel industry. Final word on this is, you will see that the decline of fossil fuel demand is only 25% by 2030, but the decline of methane from fossil fuel operations is 75%. In other words, we cannot rely on just the reduction in demand in our pathway. There needs to be responsible action by producers to reduce the methane intensity of fossil fuel production. Otherwise, we don't get this scale of reductions in methane emissions. And the final pathway, part of our 5 pillars is dramatically scaling up investment in clean energy in the emerging market and developing economies. In particular, in emerging market and developing economies outside of China. I'm going to cite a sad statistic for you, which is that in our analysis, advanced economies and China have accounted for 95% of the growth in clean energy investment since the signature of the Paris Agreement. Okay? Technology costs have, of course, come down. So we've been able to do more with less, but it's still a serious indictment of our ability as a global community to raise investment in clean energy in emerging market and developing economies, particularly those ones who don't have access to clean energy investment today. So with that, I'll conclude there, and thank you very much for being here, and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for a really excellent presentation. It really set out the context of what we are, the momentum that we have, what we need to focus, and the fact that we can do it. It's very doable. So thank you very much for that. So to keep diving a little bit more and exploring this topic of how do we transition in the energy sector, I would like now to invite to take the floor Simon Ben-Marazi. I hope I said more or less right, from Marina, to talk a little bit more about long-term energy scenarios and long-term strategies. So please, welcome.
Thank you very much, Marcela. I think, first of all, on behalf of Arena, we are very happy to be here today. I think that's a very exciting topic, LTLEDs, and let's say the pathway toward achieving NDCs. So LT-led NDC, this is where I wanted to focus my presentation. I think that's excellent also a continuation of Thomas' very well prepared overview on what we need to achieve. Similar to Thomas, I think ARENA analysis showed that the integration of renewable energy is central to LT-led strategies, LT-leds, especially now that countries have agreed to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. And this ambition goal is not just about transitioning to cleaner energy, it's about transforming our overall approach to energy production, consumption, and also decision by policymakers. LT-leds provide a structured strategic framework that guides countries in implementing comprehensive long-term climate action. By focusing on renewable energy as well as energy efficiency, these strategies address the urgent need for decarbonization, ensuring environmental sustainability while outlining evident economic and social benefits. Drawing on insight from our World Energy Transition Outlook, WITO, we already recognize the powerful foundation for countries to develop the LT-leds in the coming years. WITO underscores by 2050, renewables will be the cornerstone of decarbonization, contributing to 90% of the effort. This involves not just energy supply, as you well know, but also efficiency, electrification, bioenergy, and other solutions like green hydrogen. These elements are crucial for countries to formulate ambitious yet achievable LT-leds. They provide a clear path toward a sustainable pathway, guiding many nations, especially in emerging economies, to reduce emissions while embracing a more resilient landscape. To actualize the 2050 targets, we estimate the needs for investment of around 150 trillion. This significant financial commitment is not just about funding. This is an investment for our future, driven by the growing cost competitiveness of renewable energy and their integral role in LT-leds. The economics of renewable energy have dramatically shifted over the past decades, making this investment more feasible and attractive for investors. For example, the cost of solar PV power plummeted by 85% between 2010 and 2020. It is crucial to recognize how renewable energy is not now just an option. It's a necessity toward achieving the Paris Agreement goal. Renewable energy integration in LT-leds is therefore integral to driving nation toward the achievement and the full implementation of the NDCs. The Paris Agreement is very clear. It orchestrates a global effort with periodic stock take in this year, but also in 2028 and 2033 to evaluate progress toward emission reduction. Moreover, countries are to report their greenhouse gas emission inventories at a regular interval. This is a rigorous framework that places LT-leds at the heart of climate action and emphasizes the importance of strategic long-term approach in leveraging renewable energy to meet and perhaps exceed those international commitments. In the realm of LT-leds, their efficacy hinges on integration, not on isolation. Effective LT-leds are should be harmonized with existing national policies, ensuring that the strategies are both realistic and grounded into the current policy framework. This harmonization is pivotal for anchoring NDCs within LT-leds, providing a strategic direction for the evolution, the iteration of NDCs over time. Furthermore, LT-leds are linked with sector-specific decarbonization models, comprehensive socioeconomic assessment, and robust MRV system. As well, scenario modeling appears to be extremely important. This is the linchpin, especially in the emerging economies and very diverse contexts. It's not just a predictive tool, but also a vision for countries that enable the visualization of various options for the future. By simulating interaction within the energy system, scenario modeling identifies key areas for greater flexibility, and full decarbonization. It's particularly adept at dissecting sector-specific scenarios like transport or industry to create baselines, model, and develop and validate targeted strategies. Another tool used by country is the marginal abatement cost curve, which is a sophisticated analytical technique that quantifies the cost effectiveness of various GHG mitigation strategies. That's not just a list of options. That's a strategic maps that illustrate the cost of reducing emission through different methods or projects. Very concrete. What makes MAC invaluable is the ability to visually represent the so-called marginal cost, the cost to eliminate an additional unit of emissions. It's like a financial X-rays to climate strategies, highlighting which option gives the most significant reduction in GHGs for the least cost. It's critical because it allows policymakers to prioritize investment and action that offer the most impacts for each dollars or euro or the currency spent. In the context of LTLEDs, MAC become a tool for precision. It doesn't just guide policy, it sharpens it. It ensures that LTLEDs are not just ambitious, but also grounded into economic feasibility. The alignment of NDCs and LTLEDs, when done thoughtfully, can significantly enhance the effectiveness and impact in the developing economy of climate action, ensuring both immediate and long-term climate goal achievements in a cohesive and comprehensive manner. Firstly, identifying an economy-wide greenhouse gas emission reduction target for 2030 becomes paramount. This target, forming the crux of NDC, should be directly informed by the broader vision and objective outlined in a country LTLEDs. Secondly, it is crucial that the 2030 target are not only very ambitious, but also consistent with the overall emission reduction trajectory that is set out in the LTLEDs. This consistency will ensure that every measure taken under the NDC is a step forward in the journey outlined in the LTLEDs. Lastly, the process of aligning NDCs and LTLEDs should be inclusive, involving extensive stakeholder engagement. This participation method is not only vital, it is necessary to ensure that those strategies developed are not technically sound, made by experts, but also broadly accepted and also anchored into the political framework of each country. Such stakeholder involvement brings diverse perspectives, ensuring that the strategy are well-rounded, realistic, and also have a broader buy-in, which is essential for the successful implementation. Let me give you a few examples of our work on LTLEDs alignments with NDCs. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we supported the alignment of NDCs with their National Energy and Climate Plan, also called NECPs, which exemplify the strategic planning of the country in climate action. The focus was essentially to synchronize renewable energy targets in the different plans with those anchored into the NDC. This alignment ensured cohesive short-term but as well long-term climate goals, and we played a key role in verifying national assessment, including aligning the NDC and NECP into the LTLEDs pathway toward 2050. This process not only had validated the national strategy, but also aligned technical assessments and study crucial for the effective NDC implementation and the further development of the LTLEDs. In a small island developing state of the Caribbean, St. Kitts and Nevis, an ambitious climate pledge aimed for carbon neutrality by 2030 exemplified the potential for renewable in enhancing mitigation measures. These commitments, coupled with the robust policy implementation, has positioned the country as an attractive destination for investments in renewable energy. Such a place not only demonstrates the nation's foresight and dedication, but also signal investors a stable and forward-thinking environment. The combination of a clear, ambitious goal and supportive policy framework has unlocked investment and enabled further technical support to achieve the NDC and all measures into the long-term vision, which is a crucial aspect to cover to achieve their carbon neutrality objective while fostering sustainable development. In a sense, the success of LTLEDs in incorporating renewable energy becomes a beacon of hope in climate action. It shows that the right strategies, policies, and commitment to achieve our climate goal and creating a low-emission future is within reach. As we look toward 2030 and beyond, the continued evolution and implementation of LTLEDs will be crucial in navigating the challenges of climate change and harnessing the opportunity presented by renewable energy. Thank you so much. Back to you, Marcela.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Simon, again for taking us into another level of detail and also sharing these country experiences is always very valuable. So now I would like to invite you, Simon and Thomas, to please join me here at the table so we can have a conversation and explore a little bit more details on these experiences that you've been having. We may also be joined at any moment by representative of the government of Ethiopia, Mr. Abbas Mohamed Ali. We know it's very challenging sometimes for the government to be able to join, but we will have a space anyway in case he can join us. I will just move to the table with you. Right. Oh, okay. So I wanted to start with you, Thomas, building on the presentation that you shared with us. And I wanted to explore something with you that we often find when in the 2050 Pathways platform we're going to support countries in the long-term planning. We often have a lot of very relevant questions from the government delegates about the significance of doing such long-term planning exercises. We look into horizons like 2050, and in many cases there are a lot of exhaustion on planning and also questions on what's the value of doing such an effort to look at long-term planning. And you in the International Energy Agency, you have significant experience on looking at this planning. And I would really like you to share with us some of your reflections on the value of doing this long-term planning that may be useful for countries that are looking at undertaking this type of exercise. And how it can be useful for now, right? Because that's where we need action. So your reflections will be super welcome on that area.
I think this is a really great question. So I would say there are three benefits from doing this kind of exercise. The first one is that you learn about today, right? So for example, when we do our modeling at the IEA, we update our model every year with the latest data. We spend 6 months looking at what has happened most recently across the world, across all technologies, across all sectors, all countries. And in that process, you learn a lot about what is going on in the country. You learn about where the gaps are in terms of data. You learn also to interact with stakeholders because you might have to collect data from stakeholders and so on. So I think this long-term planning needs to be seen not as something where you press a button and the model puts out the result, but it's really a process of learning about why your economy, why your energy sector is going in the direction that it is going, and what is necessary to change that direction. And that requires really understanding the present. So that has co-benefits across policy making, across the whole energy sector, outside of the particular purpose of developing this long-term strategy. The second thing is that the objective of this long-term strategy is not to be something that ensures that you get things exactly right 30 years from now, right? No one can predict the future. It's dynamic, it's uncertain, and so on. It is to provide a guidance for stakeholders across the whole energy sector about the desired direction of travel. And I often think that we put too much emphasis on getting exactly the right numbers or the most sophisticated modeling approach. The most important thing is, has your long-term strategy enabled you to better understand the pathway that you're on and how to change that pathway? That objective doesn't necessarily need the most sophisticated models. It doesn't need 50 sensitivity runs. It needs you to think carefully with stakeholders and to use the model as a guidance for thinking, a structure for thinking about the future pathway of the country, not as a black box that puts out the right answer for you. And the third thing is that these processes should be seen as dynamic. You know, you will not do it just once. You'll do it again in 4 years, again in 5 years. Things will have changed. And just to give you an example, we first put out our net zero emissions by 2050 strategy in 2021. We didn't do an update last year. We decided, okay, 2 years have happened. A lot has changed in the energy sector. Maybe we should go back and redo it. And we saw a lot of evolutions. We saw solar PV was actually tracking ahead of our original projection. We saw that carbon capture and storage was falling behind. And so we fundamentally readjusted the strategy in order to take into account these dynamic developments. So again, not something that's set in stone, it's something that evolves dynamically. And just a final word, you know, it's a guiding light for all sorts of different actors. We know that the energy sector is complex. It's electricity generation, it's fuel supply, it's infrastructure, it's industry, it's buildings. Everything that we do is involved with energy. And so we need to give a sense of direction. It's not a plan in the sense that everyone has to exactly follow but it's giving a sense of direction, a sense of orientation, bringing actors more or less in line. Of course, you need the sectoral policies and so on. So this exercise done well is extremely useful, but the done well is very important. It should be something that is owned by the country. It should be something that is really about learning about the pathway that you're on, and something that is viewed as dynamic.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Super insightful. And we actually, in the platform, a lot of our resources actually go to supporting the countries in the dialogue, in the stakeholder conversation. So very much aligned with what you're saying. And because a lot of people associate long-term strategy planning like deep modeling exercises alone. And it's really no. It's so much that national conversation and using the tools to, you know, to fit that. So it's super insightful, and also that element of the dynamic need to keep revising, you know, where you are and where you're going. And that, I think that very much goes aligned with the mandate also within the Glasgow Climate Pact, where it asks countries to also continue to update those strategies. And I guess it's quite aligned with what the experience that you had. So thank you so much for sharing. And Simon, now with you, and you also touched in the presentation in a topic that is very much relevant and that we've been hearing a lot, particularly in this COP, and is the need to really align NDCs to LTS. And you share a couple of, you know, particular examples of countries. So I just want to invite you to share with us a little bit more of practical examples and recommendations on how countries take on this effort, because I mean, we know that theory and it fits very well, but we know the reality is a little bit different. Like, we started with the NDCs process before the countries actually could get to the LTLETs, and now some countries have an NDC and LTLETs, and there is no clear alignment, and in many cases, you know, the team that was working on the NDC is different to the LTS, and so then you do have this work to do in the ground to actually facilitate that alignment. And that may be quite an important window of opportunity in 2024. So your insights on, you know, those particular on-the-ground challenges and options to tackle those, I think will be very welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Marcela. Let me start by a small calculation that is a bit going to give you a bit of a sweat. We are closer to 2030 than 2017 now. So it means that when policymakers are developing new policies for 2030, they have to decide very fast what they want to do. To give you an example, if a country wants to develop an offshore wind farm, it takes 7 to 8 years. If you have all the funding lined up, if you already did your marine spatial planning. So only working on NDCs today will create some challenges for countries. Therefore, the LT-Ledge, which within the Paris Agreement has a more flexible, I would say, definition, is very helpful, and countries essentially have this tool to, Thomas, you mentioned, to iterate on their plans. I think that's the wonderful value here is that country can iterate. There is milestone, there is moments as well, such as this year where we take stock of progress and maybe find solution to accelerate. And I think that's the value today that we have in aligning NDCs. Again, 2017, not so long ago, now is closer to 2030. So we need very much NDCs that are laser focused on what is the current landscape in countries, what they can achieve, and also maybe having very concrete discussion on investment. I think I had the opportunity to work with more than 10 countries developing the NDCs, especially in least developed countries and small islands. And the most important aspect was we need to build plans that are credible, because we're going to get to a donor, to a bank, an international institution that will ask us, what is that? Are you ready? Where can we invest? What is the size of your investment? So I think those aspects need to be integrated with the long-term vision. It was mentioned that we need to have a very somber discussion about infrastructure for those projects. You cannot really scale up renewables if the infrastructure is not ready. So in those many plans, especially in DCs, we need to have elements, language that channels investment toward the enabling infrastructure, but also long-term vision, because nowadays a solar wind plant will operate for 30, 40 with certain maintenance aspects long-term. So I think here key best practices is to have the same, I would say, baseline with the LT-LEDs and the NDCs, having certain milestones, because some projects will not be today in the framework of NDCs. So even though NDCs have a specific template, you can mention that projects are going to go beyond 2030. So it's important to have the same information. You mentioned the stakeholders. Sometimes it's not the same team. So you need to have a validation round when you are developing the NDC that includes, obviously, the team or teams that are really responsible for the long-term vision, whether it's the long-term energy scenarios of the country or the LT-LEDs, which is more traditionally with the Ministry of Environment or the Department of Environment. Lastly important is the stakeholder or public acceptance. We've seen many plans that after they were being submitted, they were a bit laughed about. So that was never discussed with anybody. We don't understand that. We need to have this stakeholder engagement and also collection of feedback, because this public acceptance and social aspects will accelerate, will increase the time for concrete project to be developed. So if initially you have those stakeholder, let's say, feedback, and also embedded into the intervention, this feedback loop, you can accelerate the decision and really much center around what we need to achieve in the next 6-7 years to build toward 2050.
Thank you very much, Simon. And I think we hear from both of you this need to iterate, to continue the conversation, to be able to have some capacity to connect the dots in the country. And this is something that I want to highlight as well, because this really means that the development partners community really need to help to build in that local capacity, right? Because it has to continue to be a conversation at the country level. So it's an area that definitely will require attention to help countries to have a continuity of the conversation and the fluidity of analysis and engagement with so many multiple actors. And indeed, that collecting the feedback, right, is really much, and we hear from many partners about, it's much a focus of co-design, co-development. Like there has to be trust and listening to each other on this development of these strategies. So, Thomas, I would like to come back to you again, and you show very practically, I think it was 5 pillars to 2030, where we need to focus to be able to deliver. And I was wondering if you could help us unpack those a little bit and maybe illustrate a couple of very actionable steps that countries may need to be doing to actually, achieve those 5 pillars that you show there. And perhaps because this can vary from country to country, and you were mentioning the big challenge with the emerging economies, it would be good to hear from you, from all the work that you've done. Where do you see those unlocking actions? Like, where do we need to really put the attention now so those pillars are delivered by 2030?
This could go on for quite some time. I think, on the renewables side, if we're looking at renewables in emerging market and developing economies, again, outside of China, because China is moving very fast on renewables, there are a couple of challenges that are particularly important. The first one is the high cost of capital. So we know that interest rates can be 2 to 3 times higher in emerging market and developing economies than in advanced economies and China. And that obviously has a large impact on the costs of the project. And of course, those high costs of capital are a combination of project-specific risks and country-specific risks. On the project-specific risks, ones that we often encounter are the financial health of the off-taker. A lot of utilities in developing countries don't have very good balance sheets. So if you can find a way to de-risk the financial health of the off-taker, it can do a lot for the financial credibility of the projects. The other is to achieve a scale of the project pipeline. So setting targets again. This gives the industry a sense there is a business here. I can make the investments in setting up the supply chain, building the capacity, and so on. That's critically important. Grid access is also a critical one. So those are all sort of within the responsibilities of the countries, but we also need more international financial support, for sure. There are country risks that are not really the responsibility of the energy sector as such to solve, currency risks, for example. And obviously to address them, you need a sound macroeconomic policy, but you also need external support to help to bring down the cost of capital. On energy efficiency, it really depends, again, country by country, what the key sources of energy demand are. In developed countries where lots of the infrastructure is already built, retrofitting the existing building stock is key. But in emerging market and developing economies where lots of the infrastructure, lots of the energy consuming equipment is still being constructed, being purchased, being invested in, then the challenge is quite different. What we see, for example, cooling energy demand is going to be an absolutely massive source of electricity growth in these economies. And so, for example, strong standards on the energy efficiency of new fans and new air conditioning units, absolutely critical. For countries that import second-hand equipment, considering import restrictions on the oldest equipment. That's a big problem in Africa, importing a lot of less efficient cars, for example. What we have found looking at air conditioning, for example, is that more efficient units, and we've done a huge amount of web scraping actually to look at the sales prices, we don't find that more efficient units are more expensive. Right? There is a misconception that they are necessarily more expensive to purchase. We don't actually find that. and they can save a lot of money on energy bills. Pricing reform is also important. There are still, in many economies, not just developing ones, we have to be clear, there's lots of subsidies in developed economies as well, but energy subsidies. One of the advantages of last year's energy crisis was that we saw subsidy reform, again, taken more seriously, with countries like Indonesia removing subsidies on transport fuels. But getting the prices right, you see it very clearly when you look at the data. If there are distortions in the prices, you end up with a less efficient energy system. It's not always easy, needs to be accompanied by careful social policy, but getting the prices right is also critical. So maybe I'll just stop with those 2 of the 5 pillars, because otherwise it gets a bit much.
No, but I think it's very valuable when we start talking about the specifics, because, and I think these exercises are very helpful because it gets us to go beyond talking about GSG, but actually putting, the everyday lives into that, right? So I think we can all relate to air conditioning, we can all relate to electromobility, we can all relate to many of the aspects that you say, and this is the everyday life that we're talking about, right? So it's very helpful, and knowing, that there are points that will require the attention and points where the governments could maybe leverage more of their effort, I think is extremely helpful. So thank you very much again for sharing these valuable insights. Simon, going back to you, actually, we've seen, and actually a lot of the LTLETs that have been presented, they do start, some of them, to consider some of the wider socioeconomic benefits of the transition. I think every single socioeconomic cost benefit that has been done on a long-term strategy has resulted in a net financial and net economic benefit. So it does make sense to do the transition, but of course, is uneven, and there are points where we need to really scale up action. So you also mentioned in your presentation some of the work in terms of how do we think about investing, how do we think about moving from the strategy into investment planning. And I think there is a lot of curiosity for countries on precisely that. So it will be very, very valuable to hear from you how can countries approach that kind of work, and how they can integrate multiple elements of those socioeconomic benefits that a lot of these transitions and actions bring, I mean, not only even in health, but in productivity, in economic growth, etc. But how do you make that investment case, and how is it looking from your experience in countries?
Socioeconomic benefits are a foundational piece of the discussion with countries about how they can accelerate renewable energy. Many of the 168 member countries of ARENA have prioritized renewable energy because it provides job creation. I think the opportunity for countries, especially in developing countries, to leapfrog and develop manufacturing capacity, to transfer or reskill a workforce that will be locked into an industry that have little future is essential for policymakers. So the first aspect that is really grounded into ARENA work in terms of energy transition and pathways is the ability of resulting in massive job creation, and also pinpointing where are the gaps today. So the first part is, yes, skills development, I think, is viewed as a very important aspect of how this translates into, I have a country with a specific renewable sources or specific industrial footprint, how can I make it more green, how to more sustainable solution, and how this impact into new employment opportunities. And let's not forget that many countries in the developing part have a young, let's say, population that needs today opportunity, and this can be the driver. The second, one aspect as well, and particularly at the moment, is also the thematic of energy security, resilience and independence of many countries. So here, there is clear benefits already shown with countries, small islands, developing states, or others that have now a high share of renewables and are able to reduce the bill. So this ability to reduce the bill of importation of fossil fuel can enable more investment in other sectors of the economy. So that is, let's say, demonstrated benefits that you are able to shift certain part of your fiscal budget to other part that benefits, we believe, more the citizens. Also importantly is we see that we are evolving from a more centralized way to produce and consume energy to a more decentralized way. I think here that creates opportunity for new models. In developed countries or economies, you see the emergence of prosumers that are able to produce and sell energy for local communities. Thomas, you mentioned the aspect of like grid extension and off-grid energy access. So this also will become extremely important to develop and find solutions to those issues. A lot of, let's say, discussion today at COP is also about how we can prioritize development in countries. And I think those topics are not against each other. They are together. And obviously the aspect of decentralizing energy will and can result already in a new way, I would say, to develop socioeconomic benefits. And what do we need to do for that? I think importantly, we need to find solution to, for example, mediate sometime the point of view of different actors. It's not really just today that onshore wind farm takes 10 years, 15 years to be developed. I think there is benefits that are demonstrated. NIMBY and those aspects needs to be, let's say, streamlined because we are very late. So if we keep delaying projects which are the basis of LTLs and NDCs, we will not have the socio-economic benefit that are offered with renewable energy. So those aspects is very concrete. We need to find a solution. There is work in the European Union and others in the US that show that we can accelerate and also converge into positions that are not going to reduce, I would say, certain position for example, local communities.
Thank you very much, Simon, for this particular insights. And actually, as we start closing a little bit this conversation, I think it's quite insightful to think about what you're saying. When we go and look into what you both say, when we go and look into the details of what is it that we need to do to decarbonize, to transition the system, at the end of the day, every single of those elements on energy security, clean cooking, transport, etc., job creation, is development. I mean, 100%. We're just talking about the choices on how we continue to develop and really how do we bring together those choices. No? And I think that is precisely a space where long-term strategies can be useful for countries. So it's very helpful to hear from you, concrete examples of what this means. So now I would like to open the floor. I don't know if anyone here still has the energy and would like to ask any question to the panel before we close. Yes, please. Is there a mic? Yes, just a moment. Please introduce yourself and share the question.
Hi, my name is Mabel Akwe from Publish What You Pay. Owing from lessons from traditional minerals, Simon, you mentioned the fact that rescaling and other stuff are some of the things that we can use to maximize socioeconomic contribution of, of renewables. And I also know that back then in a lot of developing countries, now the focus is shifting from just exporting critical minerals in their raw form. A lot of attention is also moving to the manufacturing you spoke about. But then we all understand that there is skills and expertise gap. So even if those things will be done then at the onset, there will be the necessity for importation of skills from the expatriates and other global institutions that have the financial muscle. So my point is, but from the traditional mineral, you realize that these multinationals come in. We have comprehensive local content policies to ensure these skills transfers, but you see over decades, you still see these expatriates in there and still the indigenes just working on the peripheries. So it's like the skills are never really transferred, because if they were, then at this stage that we are now moving to critical mineral, then we will not still have to now go back to say that there is a skills gap, because lessons would have been learned from the traditional side. So how are we able to make sure that if we are pairing expatriates and locals from developing countries, the skills are really actually transferred? I don't know whether I'm still within the scope of. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. I just want to check whether there is any other question, so we take it together. Okay. So, Simon, I think that question was initially addressed to you, but Thomas, if you want to complement, feel free to do so. But Simon, please, your reflections on this question.
Thank you so much. I think your question really resonates with me. I was at Africa Climate Week, and President Ruto from Kenya mentioned this as a core aspect for many countries in the global south. I think, first of all, LTLEDs have provided a timeline, as you mentioned, to find solutions for industries which are, let's say, developed in specific countries for many decades, and how they can transition to more sustainable pathway. In the topic of critical material, obviously, we see the emergence of a manufacturing hub in the developing world that will essentially becomes beacon of development for those countries. So the countries and the regions that are mineral rich in the future will become more important, and also will have more, create more value in the supply chain of different technologies. So here, very importantly, as you say, we see the need to find solution to the so-called overnight investor mentality, that you come to a country, you sign a deal, and everything is outsourced. I think today that's not really something acceptable anymore, and many countries today are including those discussions into their long-term vision. So the immediate aspect is that critical material supply chain and the generation behind it will become more paired together, and there is already today champions that are emerging because they have the resources and the capacity. The gaps you mentioned today, there is solution for the long-term development of capacity. So within the UNFCCC framework, you see a lot of technology transfer work, international collaboration result in capacity building of local workforce, and we need to intensify this. I think the binding topic together, so how to develop manufacturing with your solar plant, with your wind farm, enable that over time, the private sector and the agencies that are responsible for this thematic in the country retain the knowledge. Today, it's not like anymore like a very futuristic science. There is already a solution for countries to develop their own supply chain for many technologies. Take the aspect of hydropower. Hydropower will need to be modernized. A lot of infrastructure behind hydropower needs to be modernized. So we need engineers, we need factories that can disconnect the turbine, install new, let's say, parts, and then repower the solution. So just that, the modernization of hydropower is a huge opportunity for many countries to develop and increase the value they benefit into the supply chain. And critical material is today, in many discussions, is a central part of the discussion. So we'll see more and more discussion about how to increase the value that countries have in the overall management of the life cycle of critical materials.
Thank you very much, Simon, for that, for those reflections, and indeed this question on transferring skill sets and expertise in the local countries as we explore these areas of the transition like critical materials is very much one that is very active. So thank you very much for bringing that to this conversation. And we, unfortunately, Mr. Abbas Mohammed Ali from the government of Ethiopia, which is a country that has been working in this long-term planning work, is not going to be able to join the panel today. So we're going to just wrap up the conversation here, and I just really want to thank you both, Thomas and Simon, for the presentations and for the reflections, and thank you all also for staying here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcela.